guys, what's up? It's Debbie. We are on part 4 of the Chandler Halderson trial, or I think they called it the Dismembered Parents trial, because this boy could not stop lying, and he lied, and he lied, and he lied. And his solution to solve the problem of all the lying was to unalive his parents, because he was about to be caught. Yeah, that'll fix everything. Yeah, let's do that. Good idea. Not. How is everybody today? I hope you're doing well. I am really full. I ate too much breakfast. All I had was a bowl of oatmeal and 2 pieces of toast. I'm really full. Like, uncomfortably full. Ugh. And I need to go take my allergy pill because I'm stuffy. Yes. Happy Veterans Day. Thank you all so much. If you served or if you had family that served, we appreciate you. Freedom is not free, y'all. Thank you so much. Judy has trivia for us. The ashes in the fireplace contained fragments of human skulls, facial bones, and knee bones. Wait a minute. Didn't they just find his mom, like just her legs? So they were his dad's then, right? Because they just found his torso. So, ugh. There is a photo online showing the torso of Bart Halderson as it was found by officials. Well, we don't need to see that photo. Thank you very much. Good morning, Marty. Good morning, Wickles. What was the longest 180 seconds of your life? I don't know where Jennifer is. You guys, all of a sudden I went from being fine to feeling like crap. That is a joy of fibromyalgia. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just the sinuses or if my breakfast didn't settle well. I don't know what's going on, but all of a sudden I feel like bleh. So I finally quit playing phone tag. I don't know where to look anymore. When I get paid, I'm gonna, I already told you guys this. My world is falling apart. I'm gonna get a tripod for the iPad. So I finally quit playing phone tag with the scheduler at the pain management office. So, and miraculously, they got me an appointment tomorrow. So tomorrow in the morning, I have an appointment to get the nerve ablation done on my back. So we will not start at 8 tomorrow. And depending on how I feel after the procedure, that will determine whether we will do anything tomorrow at all. Because if I'm feeling bad, I won't stream at all tomorrow. So I guess just keep an eye out. Because I don't know. The thing with medical procedures is that you can have one time and it be all hunky-dory, and then you can have the same thing another time and it can be hell. So I have no idea. So we just have to wait and see. Well, no. It's not a fun procedure. It's not like I get knocked out or get goofy meds or anything like that. It's a procedure I have to be awake for. So he can talk to me and ask me questions. Unfortunately, it's a procedure I wish I could be knocked out for, because it's not fun. Not at all. Now I can take sedatives to like chill me out, but no, I have to be awake so I can talk to him. In other words, I have to be awake to tell him if he's hurting me too bad or not. Because if it hurts too bad, he's not in the right spot. It's one of those procedures. But it helps with the pain in the long run. Like, the procedure hurts like hell. Great. Thanks, Wiggles. Now I'm getting nervous. I wasn't nervous. I'm getting nervous now. But it takes away the pain for a very long time. And I want to do this as long as I can to avoid surgery. Because surgery could eventually... The surgery that I can get right now is to put a neurostimulator in my back, which was kind of what I originally wanted to do. But that surgery sounded scary because I have to take out bone from your spine to fit the thing in there. You know, because you don't have like an extra space to fit a little machine in your back. So they have to take that out. And my cousin had that done, and she said it was awful. She's never been in that much pain before. So I was like, okay, that's a no. And then surgeries later down the line, after that doesn't control the pain anymore, is you get your spine fused together. And I'm not done riding roller coasters and stuff yet. I don't want to do that yet. So, as long as this works, my last one was in February, and it is now November. So it lasted almost a whole year. In his collarbone. Yeah. Well, it's weird because they can put it in your butt. Like, you've got all that fleshy back there, fleshy area, but they still have to take out a bone in your spine for something. Thanks, Jennifer. So I don't quite understand why they have to take a bone out of your spine if they put the thing in your fleshy area of your butt. I don't know, but whatever. I don't want them to have to do that. I don't want that yet. So, it hurts, but it only hurts for, like, while he's doing it. Almost as soon as he's done, the pain goes away and I'm great. So, and my biggest thing, the reason why it's great is because I can stand for longer periods of time and I can bend over. My biggest thing is it hurts to bend over. So, like, if I drop something, Travis looks at me and goes, "You gonna pick that up?" And I'm like, "No." He's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Because it hurts to bend over." He's always yelling at me because there's stuff on the floor. And he's like, "Get this stuff up off the floor." I'm like, "I can't." And I have bad knees, so I get down on the floor because I have stuff on the floor. I have to get on the floor with it because I can't bend over. And now because my knees are bad, I have trouble getting up. Yeah, I do that too, Jennifer. I do that too. I need to get one of those the grabby things on a stick. You know, I need to get one of those. I really need one of those bad. So when I get this procedure, I can stand for longer periods of time. Like used to when I took the dogs out, I would have to sit down on the porch and because I couldn't stand, not even long enough, you know, for them to play and go and do their thing. I would have to sit down on the porch. Now I can stand there, or I can even go out in the yard with them and walk around and stuff. So it's a great procedure. I didn't even know it was something that could be done. My pain management doctor talked me into it because I was like, I went in there going, I want a neurostimulator. I want a stimulator in my back. And he talked me into doing this. And I'm so glad he did, because it's far less invasive and it can be done in the doctor's office. You don't have to be in surgery and in the hospital and all that. But yeah, it does hurt. So y'all be praying for me tomorrow. And like I said, I don't know if I'm going to stream it all, but usually once it's done, the pain's gone and I'm good. So just hopefully it'll go as well as the last one did, and then I'll be able to stream when I get home. So, and the appointment is at 8:20 in the morning. Okay, so we got housekeeping out of the way. Let's get started. And yes, thank you, Marnie, for reminding me to write down the timestamp. That's the last chat I saw come through after I hit end stream. I see Marty write the timestamp down, Debbie.
To be on her property and search. All right. 148, what does that display?
That is the same tarp after we removed it from where we located it.
Let me just go back and ask you one question. The dog that medical director Ehrman had, was that a cadaver canine dog?
I believe his is, yes.
149, what is displayed on exhibit 149?
The same tarp, just from a different angle. You can see the beginning of some red staining there.
150?
We're starting to slowly unfold it. And again, more red staining. So I think at that point or shortly thereafter, we stop because we believe it has evidentiary value and wouldn't want to ruin it or contaminate it on scene.
So why did you stop?
That should be something that's processed in a more controlled environment. We had a lot going on there, so we weren't going to unravel that in the middle of a dirt floor and begin processing it there. That's something that'll be done later in a lab.
Sure, so it was sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Why?
I believe that one was.
Hold up.
Yep. Sure,
Why?
so it was sent to the Wisconsin.
Why? Why would that? This is like an old shed or old barn, or right? Why would that raise a red flag? Why would you think that would be evidence? Doesn't it look like it's something that would belong to an old barn or shed? Or am I nuts? I would not even think that was evidence. It's because I'm not a cop, I guess. I don't know.
I will put it over here, though. In order.
They do.
At this time, I would move exhibit 143 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And we are not going to open 143 at this time. I will put it over here, though. And Deputy, were you made aware in October of 2021 that after the sheriff's office had finished their investigation of the Irwin Road property, the homeowner found a rifle?
Yes.
Oh, was it?
How would you describe Exhibit 151?
Okay, if it was, then that makes
An
more
interior
sense.
portion of the shed. As you can see, there's just a lot of clutter and various objects.
Yeah, see, I
152?
wouldn't think, but if this was
That'd be
after
the
the body's
western
found, it does
side
it
of the
it would
barn.
make sense.
There's a large trailer, and around it you can just see all kinds of various items and clutter.
153?
That'd be the northwest corner of the barn.
Their
A large number
timeline-
of tools and old saw blades and that kind of stuff.
As a member of the crime scene unit,
The timeline is all over the place. I don't like the way they're presenting the case. Because the timeline is just... Is it just me? Or do you guys feel like the timeline is all mixed up, too? I don't feel like they're doing it like... I don't feel like I've got a good... Like, how did they find the bodies? How did they zero in on it was him? Like, I feel like we've jumped over the night of the murder and then right to him going to the farm. You know, I'm confused. I need a straight timeline of how the events occurred, and I don't feel like they've done that.
do buildings with this amount of material in it pose any obstacles in doing a search?
They do, particularly at this time. Our resources were at a
Yeah,
premium. As we had a
exactly.
primary crime scene now at the scene of the residence in Windsor.
Going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 154.
They've not laid out
Could you
a
just
good
briefly
timeline.
describe 154?
An overall shot of the size and interior of the barn.
155?
From that same corner, facing south across, you can see there's a second tractor behind that one and a vehicle near the entrance of the barn.
156?
More views are taken from across the other side inside the barn, just detailing rows of objects and items.
157?
A view looking north from the south entrance, looking back, and you can see the second trailer more clearly. And just a lot of piles of wood and debris.
Exhibit 70?
This was taken in October after the owner had been clearing out the barn. Objects were removed, and you can see there is now a black rifle propped up alongside those boards.
And I'm using the laser pointer. Deputy, can you turn your head? Am I identifying the right area where the rifle is located on Exhibit 70?
Yes.
And just for the record, that is slightly left of middle. Exhibit 71?
Just a closer view of the rifle.
And that rifle, is it your understanding that that rifle was found behind some boards?
Yes.
172? Or I'm sorry, 72.
Just another closer view of the rifle I just took overall and photographs and continuing all the way up to the rifle itself.
And what is picture 73 a picture of?
A close-up of the rifle, which shows the serial number on the upper portion.
If you want to glove up.
Well, that didn't sound the way she meant it to sound. I don't think.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 291. This end is much heavier. I would ask at this time that you open Exhibit 291 for yourself and view what is inside.
As this process is going on, I'll just let the jury know that obviously Randy is becoming involved in this part. He's responsible for the security of this room, so anytime, whether for evidentiary purposes or not, there's a firearm brought into this space, he takes a keen interest and role in that for everyone's safety and security.
And Deputy, could you just tell me what Exhibit 291 is?
This is that same, same black rifle we saw in the photographs.
That you collected at the Irwin Road property hidden behind a board?
Correct. It is a Norinco SKS 76 by 39 caliber rifle.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is a red dot sight and a camouflage colored strap on it.
I would move Exhibit 291 into evidence at this time.
No objection. No objection that is received.
And we'll give Randy a minute to secure it. Deputy, if you would, take Exhibit 291 out of the box and display it carefully for the jury.
I guess not, Judy. Hey, Marty.
Bye, that's good.
Thank you. If you want to put it back in the box. Randy, did you want to take
Bye.
ownership of it or? Okay.
Whoa. Did you watch Peter Tragos' podcast with his dad yesterday about Proctor and what might happen and everything and all the emails
Thank you.
and the Boston
That's because
police
the tape
chief?
isn't in the box is not perfectly closed. Deputy, did you attend the autopsy of Mr. Halderson's torso?
It was
I
good.
did.
And that occurred at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 553 and 554. I'm not going to ask you to remove these from the boxes or anything, but based on the markings that are on 553 and 554, could you please identify them?
Item 553 is a jacket and fragment that was retrieved from the rear neck area of the torso. And item 554 is additional fragments from a bullet retrieved from the abdomen.
And those were retrieved from the torso by the medical examiner during the autopsy.
Correct.
I I would move exhibits 553 and 554 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Now, you, just so I'm clear, you searched this barn or shed at the Irwin address a couple of times?
There was an official search on the 12th that some detectives did, yes.
And there was a cursory search the night of the finding of the torso?
I wouldn't even call it a search, but yeah, like a walk around and the canine went through it.
Were you there for both of these events?
Yes,
Did you participate in the search? And I understand the first one may not have been technically the kind of search we're talking about, but did you participate both times in looking for things in that shed?
I documented the search by photographing it. I did not search per se myself.
Now, the first time, how many people were looking around that barn?
You're talking the first night on the 8th,
Yes.
4 of us, I believe.
And the second time, how many people were looking around that barn?
Without looking at the log, I don't recall who was all there, maybe 6.
And each time before looking or before searching, is it fair to say that discussions were had and a plan was made as to how to do the search and what things in particular would be notable?
Yes,
So for example, you might want to say, let's look for footprints or shoe impressions, correct?
as an example.
In this case, you knew about the torso with the gunshots before the second search, correct?
Yes,
So is it fair to say
Robert
that
Bardo.
one strategy for this search would be to look for any firearms, correct?
I did an
Yes.
episode on that, Wiggles.
Now, I heard you say that resources were at a premium around the time of the second search. Did I get that correct?
yes.
The sheriff's department, or you in particular, between that moment when resources were at a premium and October, when this firearm was found in the barn, you didn't go back to search further, correct?
I did not. I can't tell you if there were additional searches.
There's no sheriff's department rules or protocol that would prevent anyone from going back and searching again, correct?
Well, we would, I mean, if we were going to do that, we would either need the permission of the homeowner or an additional search warrant.
Hey,
Given the
Carla.
search, given the circumstances, we would procure another warrant anyway.
And you obtained both of those the first time, right?
When I was there, yes.
Now,
Oh,
you
good
took
lord. Look how fat I was
possession
in that
of the
video.
Firearm, the SKS that was found in that barn, correct?
Yes,
So you physically lifted it up from its location, is
Oh
that
my
right?
god.
yes.
Are you familiar with something called a flash suppressor?
No.
Oh my god, y'all.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused
Yes.
and released?
No.
All right, you're excused from testifying further today, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good remainder of your day. And the next witness, please.
State calls Dan Feeney.
Okay, there's my Rebecca Schaefer episode, but I'm warning you before you watch it. That was 70 pounds ago. Oh my god. Yeah, his trial's on the list for the next
If you're able
poll.
to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
My name is Dan Feeney, Dan, D-A-N, Feeney, F-E-E-N-E-Y.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been in that role?
since May of 2021.
Early part of July 2021, were you asked to assist in the search of the Irwin Road property?
Okay. Double disclaimer. Back then when I did the episode, I was doing that was back when I was like True Crimes of Criminal Minds, and I was talking about Criminal Minds episode and then a true crime that was similar, and the Criminal Minds episode was the one with Amber Heard in it. They went out to LA because someone was killing people connected to an actress, like she was being stalked. And Robert Bardo was a crazy fan of Rebecca Schaefer, and he was stalking her. So the first part of the episode is going to be talking about the Criminal Minds episode that Amber Heard was in. And I think I may have mentioned that I don't like Amber Heard. And it's also 70 pounds ago. It took me, I'd already lost some from the weight loss surgery, and then I lost 50 pounds in a year, and now I'm stuck. Yeah, that's the Dr. Reed one. Yeah. And in that episode, Amber Heard flirts with Reed. Her character does. It's a good episode. I just wish it wasn't Amber Heard. But that was back before Johnny and all that crap happened. It's a guest spot on a TV show. It's back before she was famous. In fact, I didn't even realize that was her until, when I first watched it. It was years later, and I realized, oh my God, that's Amber Heard. But yeah, you guys just go look at it to see how much weight I've lost. Because I just saw that and I was like, oh my God. Hey, Terry.
Property in reference to the homicides of Bart Halderson and Krista Halderson.
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in this search?
My role is searching the grounds on the Irwin Road property on foot.
Particularly at some point were you asked to search maybe the driveway leading down to the road, that area?
Yes.
I'm going to show, and did you find anything of evidentiary interest in this case?
Yes, I found some items in the garbage can.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked. In this case is exhibits number 158 through 167. Could you page through those real quick and just let me know when you're done?
Wait,
in general, what they are?
I mathed wrong. 20 from the weight loss surgery, and then 50. That would have been 80 the other way. Yeah, that's what I want.
These are the items that were located in the garbage can at the Irwin Road address.
And what were those items that were of interest to you?
It was a grocery-style plastic bag containing some cleaning material. I believe it was white rags, as well as two Brillo pads inside of it.
Did you collect these items?
I did.
I think I've already moved all but two of them, but I'll move 158 through 167 into evidence and ask to publish them.
No objection.
They are received. They may be published. They should appear on the computer monitor directly in front of you, sir.
Starting with exhibit number 158, what are we looking at there?
You're looking at the garbage cans at the start of the driveway with the Target bag located inside the garbage can in front of it.
And that Target bag was, it's removed there. Was it in that location when you found it?
It was inside the garbage can to the right with the black lid.
And exhibit 159, is that garbage can?
Yes.
When you found, go back to 158. When you found 158, was it the only item that was in that garbage can?
Yes, it was.
160, what are we looking at there?
The bag was previously tied off, so we had opened it up to observe what was inside of the bag.
161, what is that?
That is the sticker that was on the outside of the Target bag that has Melender, comma C as the owner, or excuse me, the person that would have picked up the property from Target. And I know from the investigation, it's potentially Catherine Melender.
162, what are we looking at there?
This is the garbage bag, or the plastic bag inside of the Target bag containing the white rags and Brillo pads.
There's a red substance there that we can see?
I've not tried that,
Yes.
Jennifer.
What did that appear to be to you?
There was a large amount of red and brownish substance, which through my training experience, I recognize as potentially dried blood.
163, what am I looking at?
Looking at the rags again with one of the Brillo pads.
You say Brillo pad kind of in the exact center where I'm pointing the laser up on the big screen. That's the Brillo pad?
Yes, sir.
Were those Brillo pads themselves stained or were they new?
No, they were used. They also had the similar brown reddish staining on it as the rags did in the bag.
164, what are we looking at there?
Just the
Yeah, he
Target
could
bag.
have
That was
pushed
the exterior
the
bag.
couches
with the,
together to like cover
rags
a
located
blood
in them.
stain or so. I never thought about that,
Couple views
Marty.
of that, 165.
Same thing, yep.
166,
Interior of the bag,
167.
interior as well.
When you collected these items, do they have any sort of smell to them?
Yes, right when I opened up the bag, it was an immediate smell of what I describe as cleaning material. The closest thing that came to my mind was like rubbing alcohol. And then it was just overtaken by a rancid, putrid smell.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Deputy.
Morning.
As part of your role in this investigation at that Irwin Road location, you did canvass the area, correct?
I did.
Going from home to home, seeing if anyone had, for example, ring or surveillance video,
I haven't seen it
correct?
before
I
either,
did, yes.
Marty.
And just generally talking to people to see if they saw anything that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Any redirect?
It's a pretty rural area.
Yeah, it's very rural, yes.
Were there any direct next door neighbors right across the street from the driveway?
No, slightly down the roadway.
Thank you. No further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Just excuse.
You may be excused from further testifying today, sir. Thank you. And we can do one more if they're of the same length of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything. That's fine, Judge.
State would call James Plenty to the stand.
My last name was Plenty. I would change my first name to Good. Hey, Nancy.
And Randy, I will need Exhibit 174, which I believe is in your room. All right.
Yeah,
Good morning
if I
again.
can't have food, I want to
morning.
sleep through it.
And Deputy Plenty, I assume your name is still spelled the same as it was a few days ago?
Correct.
You previously testified that you were a deputy. Are you also a member of the crime scene unit?
That's correct as well.
Have you gone through any trainings in order to become a member of the crime scene unit?
Correct. I've attended a basic evidence technician school and other additional training for more specific areas of expertise in being part of the crime scene unit.
Okay. And could you just briefly list a few of those topics for the jury that you've had trainings on?
It would include, but not limited to, collection of DNA with a buccal swab, shooting reconstruction school, blood splatter school, things of that nature as well, in addition to the basic evidence technician school that I've attended.
You imagine a friend going, "What? Oh, what are you going to school for? Blood spatter."
And how long have you been a member of the crime scene unit?
Since 2012.
And Deputy, I'm going to approach you with a series of photographs, exhibits 168 through 172. Then there's exhibits 544 and 545, as well as exhibits 345 through 358. Could you please look through exhibits 168 through 172, 544, and 545?
Hey, Tricia.
And I don't need you to go through them all individually at this time. But as a group, how would you describe exhibits 168 through 172, and then 545 and 544?
In general, they are pictures of the bin that was recovered on the property in the township of Cottage Grove. To include, some of the pictures will show a gray and colored tarp that is positioned inside of the bin as well.
And did all these photographs appear to be true and accurate?
Correct.
I would move 168 through 172 into evidence, and then 544 and 545 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And just for simplicity's sake, could you please look at 345 through 358? And how would you describe that grouping of photographs?
These photos were during a search and collection of footwear that was located at the property in the village of Windsor.
Do they all appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you observed?
Correct.
I would move 345 through 358 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. Deputy, if you would look at the little screen in front of you there. Could you please describe, it says Exhibit 58, but I know it's Exhibit 158. Could you please describe Exhibit 158 for the jury?
So this is a Rubbermaid brand indicated on the front side of it. It's not visible from this picture, but it's Rubbermaid brand trash bin. It stands probably approximately 3.5 to 4 feet high, and it has a gray or silver colored tarp that was positioned in the inside of it. It's in a wooded area, approximately, it was 10 yards within the wood
Hey,
line
Ozzy.
on that property.
And how would you describe 168?
This would be the same item,
It's summer
just a
where Ozzy
different,
is. Aren't y'all jealous?
view of that same bin.
And 169, how would you describe 169?
So what we have here is the same location, photograph of the same location. The only difference is that the bin with the tarp inside has been removed. It shows the vegetation that was underneath of the bin is still green and lush.
Why is that significant?
If the bin had been there for a significant amount of time, not allowing that vegetation to receive sunlight, then it would turn yellow, brown, and perhaps die.
Exhibit 170, what is Exhibit 170? Display.
170 is a look into that same bin that I've mentioned already. It includes that tarp that I've previously mentioned, and it has adhered to the side of the bin a yellow piece of what appeared to be yellow duct tape.
And Deputy, if you would just turn your head towards the big screen, I'm going to use the laser pointer. Is this the item that you are calling yellow duct tape?
Correct.
Okay, and for the record, that is slightly lower than middle and slightly to the right on Exhibit 170.
That seems accurate.
Exhibit 171. Another picture of the garbage bin with the tarp and tape.
Correct.
All right. What is exhibit, oh, I'm sorry, this has the wrong numbers on it, 544 display? You can look on your screen.
So what is this exhibit?
Yes.
Was your question?
Yes.
It is the same Rubbermaid bin that was recovered from just inside the woods. It also has the tarp that was included with that.
No, sorry, that is actually 172. I apologize. Judge, can we switch to the Elmo?
Certainly.
And I believe this will also be on the screen in front of you. Deputy, this is exhibit 544. How would you describe exhibit 544?
Again, this is the Rubbermaid bin, and it shows another view angle of the yellow duct tape that was inside of that bin.
In an exhibit 544, I would describe the duct tape as slightly lower than middle and slightly to the left. Does that appear to be accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And 545. Just a crime lab view of the bin.
Side view of the Rubbermaid bin.
If we could go back to the PowerPoint. And Deputy, this part may be easier if you're actually willing to
Hey,
come
Terry.
down off the witness stand, if that's okay with the judge.
Yes,
We're just
of
going to look at the stickers.
Just be sure and speak loudly so that everybody can hear.
Can you look at the stickers as to exhibit 174? Your offices.
So it'd be this one up here.
And what is exhibit 174?
Item 174 is listed as a black rolling garbage bin with tarp.
And I'm not going to open up exhibit 174, but that is the garbage bin that we've been looking at pictures in pictures 172 and such. Okay, so please sit down. And Deputy, did you, in collecting the garbage bin, did you remove the tarp from the garbage bin?
We did not.
Why didn't you do that?
We did not want to disturb the positioning of the tarp inside and also, or disturb any evidence significant to the tarp being inside of the trash can, the bin. We also knew that, or we had talked about sending it to the state crime lab for testing and.
And in fact, it was submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Correct.
All right, we're going to shift gears here. You are also part of the 4595 Oak Springs Circle search, part of the crime scene unit there.
Correct.
See that, Judy?
Can you please describe what room Exhibit 227 is in?
This is in the garage, which is attached to the residence.
And of note, specifically, this picture shows a whole bunch of shoes.
That's correct.
Exhibit 345, what is an Exhibit 345?
345 is, like previously mentioned, a fair amount of footwear that was located in the garage.
I love it.
And most of it is kind of out in the open.
Correct.
But there is something peeking back there. Do you go and search that area back behind the shelving unit?
Correct. So the shoes that are on this, what appears to be a rubber mat, I had pulled that mat back towards myself and was able to retrieve what was a pair of shoes that were underneath the shelving unit.
546, another view of the mini shoes.
Correct.
And in this photo, 546, there appears to be some floral shoes at the top. Where were those floral shoes located?
So they were located underneath the shelving unit. In the previous photo, that black type mat that the shoes are resting on was forward towards the shelving unit. I had pulled that back in
That's
order
cool,
to
Judy.
have access to these other pair of shoes.
So the mat was, in 545, the mat is up against the shelving unit.
Slightly under, correct?
And is
yeah.
that the floral shoes kind of peeking out there? Hidden?
Correct, that was the pair of shoes that I had pulled out from underneath
All right.
and now are present in this photo.
347, what is displayed in photo 347?
Looks like shoes to me, Nancy.
347, it's the shoes that were located in front of the shelving unit, as well as the other pair that were positioned underneath the shelving unit as well.
And why did shoes become important in this case?
The state crime lab had advised that there were footwear patterns on tarps that were located during this investigation. So they wanted to have the footwear from the residents collected and photographed to document footwear patterns and types of shoes that were in the residence.
And Exhibit 354, what is Exhibit 354 a picture
Oh, I like
of?
those shoes.
These are Brooks brand shoes. Model would be Launch 5 athletic shoes.
355?
It's the same footwear, just with one of them turned upside down to display the footwear pattern.
And in 355, the shoe that is turned upside down, there appears to be twigs or grass or something in the
There's some
footbed.
organic debris on there, yeah.
356, what is 356 a picture of?
So that is the same shoe that was in the previous slide that was turned upside down. What we see in that, the left side line that runs up and down, there's a reddish brown stain towards the bottom of that line in the footwear tread.
So I'm using my laser pointer to highlight. It appears to be almost smack dab middle in the photo.
Correct.
And what does 357 show?
Again, shows the same shoe that's turned upside down, but here this shows the toe area, the tip of the toe area, and there's red staining as well on that.
358, what does Exhibit 358 show?
358 shows both shoes that are resting on the sole, and it shows the shoe, which is on the right side, has red staining on the tongue. On the N of the launch word has a reddish brown stain on it.
There should be some gloves up there if you want to glove up. Also should be some scissors and an X-Acto knife. I'm going to show you, Deputy, what has been marked as Exhibit 359. Could you please open up Exhibit 359 and just verbally say what is inside? And verbally, how would you identify Exhibit 359?
So these are the footwear, the Brooks Launch 5 footwear that I located.
And do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
The same condition.
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibit 359 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
All right, I'm just going to have you walk them in front of the jury, just back and forth. Thank you, Deputy. If you want to try to put them back in there. That's pretty good. And of course, the staining on those shoes was swabbed by the crime lab.
Correct.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and get rid of your gloves. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 348. What is Exhibit 348?
348 is the right shoe of the shoes that were located underneath of the shelving unit. You can see the left shoe is at the top of the picture. Inside of this right shoe, there was this foil wrapped item.
Okay.
What's the foil wrapped item? What's in the foil?
I'm only going to hold the bag, so I will let you glove up and open up 390.
Oh, it was his mom's cell phone? He wrapped it in foil. I was thinking it was drugs or something.
And I think removing one is fine. They're just a matching set. And is Exhibit 390 the same or in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the 4595 Oak Spring Circle address?
It is. Yeah.
Could you please just walk that shoe back and forth? In front of
Oh,
the
that
jury?
makes sense. That makes sense, Jen. According to the 10 hat people.
Have that in the bag.
I don't think we moved that one into evidence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved 390 into evidence at
Any
this time.
objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 349 show?
So the previous slide showed a item that was wrapped in foil. This is then myself opening this foil wrapped item. What we see here is a sheet of paper towel that is wrapped around the contents. We can see a portion of a photo Wisconsin driver's license, and just beyond that is the black item is a cell phone.
And in the process of searching and collecting evidence, did you in fact collect the foil and the paper towel as you described displayed in Exhibit 349?
Correct.
And I'm not going to have you open these if you can identify them from your office's stickers. 388, how would you describe 388?
388 is the paper towel sheet that is in the photo.
And I see JP, those are your initials, you
Correct.
collected it. And Exhibit 389, what is Exhibit 389?
And 389 is the foil sheet that was used to wrap the contents. And there's my initials on this as well.
All right, I would move 388 and 389 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And Deputy, do you continue to unwrap this evidentiary present?
I continue to unwrap it, correct. Mhm.
And what does Exhibit 350 display?
So what we see here, we can still see the foil sheet. We can still see the paper towel sheet. We can see now Bart Halderson's Wisconsin issued photo driver's license. And we can see the Apple iPhone that is located underneath the driver's license.
What does 351 display?
So 351 is the top phone, the black phone that we saw in the last picture. It is now, along with the driver's license, simply just turned over. And we can see Krista's Wisconsin driver's license and an additional phone.
So both phones and driver's license were wrapped together in the same packaging?
Correct.
Could you please describe 352?
Again, it's the foil, it's the paper towel sheet, it's the two phones. Bart's driver's license is not visible. It's on the underside of the left phone. We can see Krista's driver's license resting on top of the phone on the right side.
And 353.
And this would be Krista's Wisconsin driver's license and a phone located underneath of that.
And I don't think you need to glove up. I'm not going to ask you to open up any of these items.
That's
Actually, I'm
Spike.
going to have you sit down so we can hear you nice and clearly.
No, it's not. It's Belle.
Exhibit 387. How would you describe Exhibit 387?
Wait.
It is a
I
photo
don't know what
Wisconsin.
you- hang on, I
driver's
gotta
license
investigate.
That's been issued to Krista Halderson.
And has your nice initials
What
on
are
there?
you working
That's
at?
correct.
And it appears to be in the same condition as when you collected it.
It does.
I would move Exhibit 387 into
It's
evidence.
Belle.
No objection.
She's just sitting there barking at nothing.
Exhibit 386. How would you describe Exhibit 386?
Photo Wisconsin driver's license that's been issued to Bart Halderson. And it does have my initials on it and in the same condition.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 386 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And 384 and 385. Could you please describe 384 and 385?
384 is iPhone that was located in this foil packaging. It has my initials on it, and while it's packaged, I would believe it's in the same condition as when I had recovered it. And 385 is a white.
I swear, I think she's seeing Rainbow Bridge. Because she's just she's so relaxed. She's just sitting there. And it's like bark, bark. But like there's even intervals between the barks. And she's so calm. Like it's not an intruder bark. It's not a I'm hungry, but like she's not begging for anything. She's just sitting there. Like on her belly with her arms out, like the Sphinx pose, you know? Just totally calm, totally peaceful, but bark, 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 bark. And like with even intervals. It's not like a begging. It's not an excited. It's not an intruder bark. I swear she's seeing Rainbow Bridge, and every time she does it, I want to cry. And I know that's a make-believe place. I know that, but still.
iPhone, which was in the pictures that were previously shown. Again, my initials are on it, and I would imagine it is in the same condition as when I had recovered that one.
And these are the phones that were wrapped in the paper towel, wrapped in the foil, hidden in a shoe, hidden under a shelf.
Correct.
I would move 385 and 384 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
Deputy, in the course of this investigation, were you asked to take a buckle sample from Chandler Halderson in compliance with a search warrant?
Correct.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
Could you please do you see Mr. Halderson in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just so that we're consistent with our record, I'd ask everyone who's not in the jury box to lower their mask briefly so that the witness can observe every face. Thank you. Go ahead and replace your masks.
Even the lawyers?
Do you see Mr. Halderson?
You know the lawyers
I do.
aren't the
Could you please
defendant.
identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is seated at the defense table. The shirt is perhaps a lavender type color.
I would ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Halderson.
It shall.
And what is a buccal swab?
It's the swabbing of inside of the mouth. So we're collecting DNA sample from that area.
And does it come in a kit, or what tools do you use?
It comes in an envelope which includes 2 swabs to administer the test.
And you've had training on this procedure?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 360.
It's not hard.
I'm not going to ask you to open it, but could you please identify Exhibit 360?
It is the buccal swabs that I had collected from Mr. Halderson. It is initialed by myself as well.
All right, at this time, I would move Exhibit 360 into evidence.
No objection.
It's received.
Yeah, I keep asking her what she sees. She won't tell me. You know, EDB's husband said that either one
further
is
questions.
acceptable.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Deputy
I
Plummer.
learn it as buccal.
This was your first time in the Halderson household, correct?
But
sorry,
I'm
what's the
trying to let
question?
it go. I
This
don't
was your first
complain
time
anymore.
being in the Halderson household, correct?
In the Halderson house?
Yes.
This incident, correct?
So prior to this incident, you've never been in the home.
Correct.
You wouldn't know where exactly all shoes in the household are located, correct?
By the end of the search, we had gone through the house pretty thoroughly, and I had located or had pointed out to me the shoes that were located in the house.
So by the end of the search, you were very familiar where all the shoes in the home were located, correct?
Correct.
But you don't necessarily know if that's where they were located prior to this incident or if they were always kept in the same place.
Where the shoes were kept in the household prior to our arrival to it.
Correct.
Where the shoes were located, I wouldn't know where they're commonly located.
And it looks like as far as all of the shoes, there were a couple of shoes that were located or we saw in those photographs, correct?
There's several shoes, correct?
And it looks like only one pair of shoes had any kind of staining of interest. Is that fair?
Correct.
And as far as the staining on those shoes, I believe we were able to identify maybe 3 little stains. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall the exact number, but I can think of 3 stains that were on the shoes, correct?
And the shoes, would you identify them or would you describe them as being worn? They were worn shoes.
Correct.
It's obvious that they were used regularly, correct?
They've been used, yes.
And there was even some debris located on the bottom of the shoes as well, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
He may.
Thank you, sir. Have a
I
good
went to
remainder of your
nursing school
As
twice.
everyone could guess, we're at the 90-minute mark or a little past. Thank you, folks. We'll take a 15-minute break at this time.
Once for LPN and once for RN. They never once said buccal swab. It's the buccal mucosa. So it's a buccal swab. They never once said buccal. In 2 different nursing schools. Not one time did they say buccal. Ever. And it's always driven me crazy. And then EDB, because her husband is a dentist and an oral surgeon, she asked her husband one day. And I was like, oh, thank you so much, Emily. And he goes, either is acceptable. I was like, no, it's not. Exactly. It's buccal. A buckle is on a belt that you hold your pants up with. That's a buckle. I agree. I've got to find that verse. There's a Christian comedian that found a verse that supports pets being in heaven. And I've got to find it because I forgot what verse it was. But you know what? Nothing is impossible with God. So I figure if I want my pets that I had on earth to be in my mansion in heaven, I can say, you know what, God, can I please have my pets? And he can do it. So there.
Thank you. Please be seated. Attorney Raymond.
Thank you. The state calls Deputy Greg Leatherberry to the stand.
Leatherberry, that's a name I've not heard before. That's kind of cool. Instead of, I'm your huckleberry, I'm your leatherberry. I am in an excellent mood today. I don't know why I'm so happy today. And I am not medicated.
Good morning. Sir, if you feel you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without the mask would be the preference if you can. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record, both first and last, and spell both?
Greg Leatherberry, GregLeatherberry.
How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
And were you employed as such in July of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what unit of the Dane County Sheriff's Office do you belong to?
I'm currently assigned to the crime scene unit where I've been working for the past 22 years. I've been a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office for 29 years.
Wow. And not retired yet.
And I'm going to show you, Deputy, what has been marked as Exhibit 175. How would you identify Exhibit 175?
This is my CV.
Okay. And for those that are not in the scientific community, that's like a resume,
That is correct, yes.
but it has all your trainings. And can you just name a few of the trainings that you have participated in?
I've participated in the Basic Recruit Academy, the jail school. From there, I went on to patrol and ultimately ended up in the crime scene unit where I've received numerous hours of training. I've received training at Fox Valley Technical College for the 2-week evidence tech program. I have attended the Wisconsin State Death Investigation School, the 2-week program at Green Lake. I have attended the Death Investigation School at Northwestern University. I've attended the Bloodstain Pattern Analysis training at the BCA in Minnesota, which is the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I've had fingerprint training from the FBI, and there's numerous more schools as well.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 175 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
As part of your job working for the Dane County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit, do you also work in cooperation with the Crime Scene Unit from the Department of Justice?
That is correct, yes, I do.
And do you also work in concert with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
How does working in cooperation with those departments assist you in your job duties?
Well, they have subject matter experts that have more extensive training in particular disciplines
subject matter
that
jurisdiction.
can assist us when it comes to processing a scene or to do further analysis of evidence that we collect. And those items that get submitted to the crime lab are items that they would do the analysis on that we request for them to do.
In the midst of this case, were you asked by the fingerprint expert at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to get more complete or better fingerprints from Mr. Halderson?
Yes, there was a request for additional fingerprints. When a person is typically booked into the jail, the fingerprints are obtained on everybody that is booked in. And those are just basic fingerprints. Sometimes they need what they refer to as major case prints. And the major case prints would include additional areas of the finger that contain friction ridge that is normally not collected during the booking process.
So basically, those major case prints would include the sides of each finger.
That is
or
correct.
A rolling print.
That is correct.
And for the record, do you
fingerprinting
see the
now?
person whose fingerprints you collected in the courtroom?
I'll ask before the witness answers for everyone outside of the jury box to lower their mask for a few moments so that the witness can see everyone's face. Go ahead and replace your masks, please.
Do you see Chandler
Yeah.
Halderson?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is seated to the table to my right. He's wearing a dark sports coat and appears to be a dark tie with a light colored shirt.
I would ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Could you please identify what is marked as Exhibit 362?
These are fingerprints that were obtained during a search warrant of Mr. Halderson.
And those are the prints that you collected?
Yes, they are.
And these are those rolling prints?
Correct.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 362 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Let's.
Deputy.
I wonder, Leatherberry. Where could the name Leatherberry have come from? My last name, my main name is Faison. In French, it's a French name. It means pheasant farmer. People they got their last names from what they did. Leatherberry. Okay, maybe his family were leather workers back in the day. But where did the berry come from?
What was your primary task in this investigation?
Well, the primary task in this investigation is the evaluation of the crime scene, the documentation of the crime scene, the collection of the evidence,
Oh, could
and
be.
the preservation of the evidence, so that could be later tested if need be.
And
Could be.
specifically, were you basically in charge
I
of the
like
search at the
study of
4595
last
Oak
names. I
Spring
need to
Circle
get into doing
address
that.
in Dane
Yeah.
County, Wisconsin?
Seriously.
Yes, I was.
It intrigues me.
Just generally, how do you process a crime scene such as a complete single-family home?
Well, the process of the crime scene, although it may sound simple, is pretty complex. And it takes a number of different things for that to be accomplished. And one person obviously cannot do that all by themselves. And I had significant help from Deputy James Plenty and Deputy Eric Schneider, as well as members of this Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Field Response and the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations Arson Response Unit.
What's the first thing you do when you enter a home to begin a search?
Well, the first thing is we're taking photographs and we're evaluating and getting a better understanding as to what had occurred at the scene.
I think you described to me that at first you guys walk around quiet.
That is correct.
Tell us about that.
What I like to do, and has worked for me over the years, I learned this from my predecessor, that when we go into the crime scene, whether I'm with my partner Jim Plenty or with Eric Schneider, that we take everything in. We take our notes in with us. But when I say we take everything is, we don't talk to each other. We evaluate the entire scene, and we don't talk to each other because we don't want to taint each other's mind. Each person may see things a little bit differently. So I found it's best that we walk through the scene, evaluate the scene, and then after we've done a complete walkthrough of the scene and we've done our evaluation, then we talk amongst each other. And we're not only getting understanding as to what each other has seen, but we're also forming a game plan as to how we were going to process this thing and what additional resources we may need to call in.
So that first time that you guys walk through in silence helps you map out a game plan
That is
for
correct.
a specific scene.
And I've referred to it as like a golden hour. It takes a significant amount of time to go through a house as large as that.
And you said you photograph the whole area.
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, when you guys are walking around, are you,
I'm looking
do you
and see
wear
where his
anything
name came
special
from.
to assist you?
Oh, absolutely. We're getting an understanding as to what has occurred at the scene. And by doing so, we have to walk throughout the scene. So we wear booties and we wear gloves. In addition, obviously, we would have flashlights to help us look in areas to illuminate that aren't well lit. And it doesn't matter if there's lights in the room or not, we still would have our flashlights with us.
And you're doing your best to take in the scene without potentially disturbing it.
Correct. We refer to that as minimizing contamination. No matter what you try to do, you are going to contaminate the scene by entering and walking around. There's no way about it. We cannot float through space. But we minimize the contamination. So it does take a while for us to get through the scene. It is a process. It's a systematic approach. You just can't be walking haphazard through the scene. Again, we're relying on that scene to get us information, so we have to take everything in.
All right, and Deputy, I'm going to show you some exhibits. And I'm going to have you briefly look through them. And these are exhibits 176 through 302, as well as 551 and 552. Just going to have you briefly peruse those. Just let me know when you're finished. And if I could have HDMI left, I have it on a blink.
Okay, so leatherberry is the translation from leather burrow. So basically it's where they're from, not what they do. However, leather is leather. Likely their family were leather workers, but the berry part is like translated from burrow, meaning where they came from, someplace in England. So yeah, so not quite as exciting as we thought, but leather worker.
Oh, sorry. As a group deputy, how would you describe the photos, the exhibits that are up there?
These are photographs of the interior of 4595 Oak Springs Circle in the village of Windsor, Wisconsin.
And as exhibits, do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you observed on the scene?
Yes, they are.
All right, so at this time, I would move exhibits 176 through 193, 195 through 205, 204 through 218, 220 through 225, 227 through 248, 252 through 278, 292 through 302, as well as 551 and 552, and 310 through 312 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those are all received and may be published.
Okay. All right. So Deputy, just to begin with, how would you describe the Halderson home just in general?
I would describe the overall condition of the house to be half finished and half in state of repair. It appeared to be some renovations occurring within inside of the residence. And they were still living within the house. So then there were areas that were completed with the renovations.
Did that pose any challenges to you and your team during the search?
Nothing significant, no.
Okay. All right, and Exhibit 176. How would you describe Exhibit 176?
Exhibit 176 is a photograph of the living room, which I call on the main level of the residence. And we are looking to the west. In the far left corner, there's the entrance door to the residence that is just above grade. Directly in the middle of the photo, there's a set of stairs that ascend up to the upper level. The stairs go up to what I refer to as the bedroom level. The house is of a tri-level construction. So then there'll be an area that descends to the lower living room, family room area, and then yet again, there'll be a basement as well.
Could I see counsel at the
Yes, absolutely.
sidebar for a brief moment?
All right, and Exhibit 178. What is Exhibit 178?
That is a photograph of the west wall of the same room. I'm sorry, that is the east wall of the same room that we were just in. We're just looking at the fireplace. That is a gas-sealed fireplace.
And a fireplace becomes significant in this case.
Yes, it does.
Is this the fireplace that became of any significance?
No, it is not.
Just in general, did the living room have any significant evidentiary value?
No, it did not.
Moving on, what does Exhibit 177 display?
Exhibit 177 is a photograph in the same living room. It is from the southeast corner, and now we're able to look out towards the north, and there's the dining room.
And this is actually Exhibit 9, an exhibit that we've seen earlier. But what does Exhibit 9 display?
This is a photograph of the dining room, and now we're able to see a portion of the kitchen that is to the northwest of this room.
And again, did the dining room have any significant evidentiary value to your investigation?
No, it did not.
What is Exhibit 179?
179 is a photograph that is taken from the doorway between the living room and the kitchen. This is the kitchen area. So standing at this doorway and looking to the north, we can see an exit door on the north side. And directly behind me, or opposing this, would be the entrance to the residence.
So that door there, does that go into the backyard or to somewhere else?
That opens up into the backyard. There's a set of stairs that descend down to the west.
Okay. All right. Was there anything really of note in your investigation in the kitchen?
No, there was not.
Exhibit 180, what is seen there?
This is the stairwell leading up to the second level or the bedroom level. And to the left in this photograph would be the front door, and then to the right would be to the kitchen.
And there's some blue tape that it appears above a light switch in Exhibit 180. Was that there when you arrived on scene, or is that part of your?
All of these photographs are how we found the scene.
Okay.
This is an initial walkthrough. We have not done anything at this point. So that is not from us. That was artifact from whoever had placed that there previously.
How would you describe 181?
181 is a photograph at the top of the stairs facing to the west. We can see an open door in the right portion of the photograph. And then there are two doors to the left on the left side of this. What you can't see around to the right is another door to a bathroom. And then if you were to button hook around the corner to the right in this photograph, there's another bedroom.
Exhibit 182, how would you describe it?
This is a photograph of the first room on the left that I referred to in the previous photograph. This is the doorway that opens up into the laundry room. This room appears to be under renovation. There's a lot of supplies in this room for insulation. There's some flooring in this room as well. And it appears that the plywood flooring on the floor has been put down as part of the renovation.
183, please describe it.
This is the same laundry room. This would be in the southwest corner of the laundry room. It appears to be a makeshift area where one would have their toiletry items and
Hey, Ken.
stuff that you would normally find in a bathroom.
184, more the same there.
That is correct, yes.
185, just a different view.
That is correct, yes.
186.
This is a photograph of a toothbrush that was located on the makeshift vanity, if you will, that was later collected as evidence.
And why was this toothbrush head collected?
The toothbrush was collected as a DNA source for what we believe to be Krista Halderson. Most of the items that were in that area were consistent with what a woman would have in their bathroom area. So we could assume that it was from Krista Halderson.
And Krista was in fact the only female residing at that location.
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 194. No need to glove up. I'm not going to ask you to open it. But can you tell from stickers from your office and perhaps initials what Exhibit 194 is?
Exhibit 194 has been marked with evidence number 41748. It is an electric toothbrush head that was collected and had subsequently gone and been submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, as their stickers affixed on here as well.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 194 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
What does Exhibit 187 display?
187 is a photograph of the floor in the laundry room area. Specifically, we can see there are two alpha markers on the floor that have been placed by items of evidence.
And of course, I'm the one who arranged the photos. So these photos were taken after you had put down some placards.
That is correct.
And what is Exhibit 188?
Exhibit 188 is a reddish-brown stain that has been marked with the letter A in the laundry room on the floor.
189, the same but with a letter B.
That is correct.
What does Exhibit 190 display?
190 is a photograph in that same laundry room. This is, if you were to break the room in half, if you will, there was a washer and dryer in the previous photographs. There's a wall that separates the room. And there's a vacuum cleaner in this photograph, as well as some insulation and some flooring boards. It was what it appears to be.
191.
This is the vacuum cleaner that I collected from the bathroom.
And why was the vacuum cleaner collected?
During the evaluation portion of the processing of the crime scene, I identified that there was blood on the side of the vacuum cleaner. And I had further tested that blood with phenolphthalein, which gives us a presumptive positive for blood. Under the appearance, they appeared to be blood, but we need to confirm those stains, so we confirmed those stains with phenolphthalein. Then I use a subsequent test yet again, and it's called a hexagon OBTI test. This test differentiates between human and non-human blood. And that test was positive.
For human blood or non-human blood?
Positive for human blood.
So the first test you do is phenolphthalein, and is that just like a chemical that you apply to a swab or something else?
Correct. So we take a swab and we put a drop of sterile water on the swab to collect a portion of that stain, and then we use the phenolphthalein solution, placing a drop onto the swab, followed by another chemical on top of that. And when it turns to a bright purple color almost instantly, that's an indicator that the presence of blood.
And then you perform a second test to say,
Correct.
is this
No, we don't-
human or is this something else?
Correct. No, we don't do that on every stain that we collect. We don't do the second test. The second test differentiates between human and non-human blood.
And why do you sometimes not do the second test?
It depends if it's in an area where there's a concentration of stains, and they can all potentially be from the same source. It is a tool that we utilize in order to be more effective in getting evidence tested at the crime lab. We're limited in the number of items that we can submit to the crime lab, but we cannot submit everything that we collect. So this is a screening tool that we utilize in order to help us look at the best probative value of that piece of evidence. So if we collect a stain, but we don't know what it is, we basically could be wasting somebody's time in the crime lab. Whereas if we're able to do the phenolphthalein test followed by the hexagon OBTI test, then we're basically utilizing the resources to the best of our ability.
Moving on to Exhibit 192. What is Exhibit 192?
This is the side of the vacuum cleaner that was in that same laundry room. It's marked with letter E.
193.
Is the same photograph. We put numerical markers in there indicating the individual stains that were collected from the side of the vacuum cleaner.
Now, is it fair to say when you are looking at this scene, you don't necessarily know everything else that's occurring in the investigation? Is that fair?
That is fair. However, we do rely on communication. The success of any investigation when it relates to the crime scene investigators and the detectives involves communication. We are guided by information that we're getting from them. And additionally, we are providing information outside of the scene because they don't know everything that's going on inside the scene, just like we don't know everything that's happening outside of the scene.
And is it fair to say that sometimes you might think something is evidence of something and then learn another fact later on and it has an innocent explanation?
Absolutely.
Exhibit 10, please describe Exhibit 10 for the jury.
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of the bedroom that would be in the southwest corner of the bedroom level. This would be the doorway that was beyond the laundry room door on the same side of that hallway. Looking in here, this is the bedroom of Chandler Halderson.
Exhibit 11, another view of Mr. Halderson's bedroom.
Correct. This is a view from the entrance facing to the north, to the west and to the southwest.
Could you describe Exhibit 195?
This is the bedroom of Bart and Krista Halderson. This is in the northwest corner of the residence on the bedroom level.
Why is this such
And
a
was there
mess? Did Chandler
much
do that?
that you found in their bedroom that was of evidentiary value to you?
No, there was not.
How would you describe Exhibit 196?
Exhibit 196 is a photograph of what I would call a spear bedroom. This would be the bedroom that I refer to as button hooking around the corner. So this, on the bedroom level, this would be in the northeast corner.
And again, was there much evidence collected from this room?
No, there was not.
Describe Exhibit, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to put in the 551, please.
Exhibit 551 is a photograph of the room that is between the bedroom of Bart and Krista Halderson in the northwest corner, and the previous photo of that spear bedroom. This room is between the two of them, so the wall to the right would butt up against the wall of that spear bedroom. This is a bathroom that is under renovation.
And this is Exhibit 552. Why'd you take this picture?
Well, I had previously been out to the crime scene at Irwin Road and was aware that there was a Rubbermaid rolling storage garbage type bin that was at that scene. And I saw that this cover was consistent with a cover that would fit that type of rolling garbage bin. Mind you, this photograph was taken after the initial walkthrough. And I had also saw in the garage area, there is another refuse container consistent with appearance of the same Rubbermaid rolling storage garbage bin.
And the exhibits we've looked at, is that the entire bedroom level? Are there any more rooms left?
There are no more rooms on that level. There is a attic crawl space above the entrance to the bathroom.
And did you search that?
That was searched as well.
Anything of any evidentiary value found in the attic crawl space?
No, there was not.
Exhibit 197, what is Exhibit 197?
Exhibit 197 is the doorway opening to the bathroom. This is on the family room / office level. Also located on this same level would be access to the garage. So this level is at grade.
Is this the same level as the kitchen and dining room?
No, it is not. This is down one level. So we enter into the house through the front door, and that is the main level, if you will. And we ascend up the stairs to the left or to the west, and that's the bedroom level. As I spoke earlier of the photograph of the back door to the kitchen, and I referred to the front door being directly behind me. If I was to turn to the left and look down, I would have another set of stairs that would descend down into the family room, office, and garage level.
Exhibit 16, how would you describe Exhibit 16?
This is a photograph of the shower that's within the bathroom.
Anything of note at all in the bathroom?
In the bathroom, there were stains that were blood stains that were on the baseboard.
And you called them blood. Does that mean you did the phenolphthalein test?
I did not do the phenolphthalein test on those. Crime scene investigator, Deputy Jim Plenty, did the test on those.
And you guys often rely on each other's work, being partners.
Yes, we do.
Moving on to Exhibit 546. Could you please describe Exhibit 546?
Exhibit 546 is a photograph of what I refer to as the office area. As you can see in the near portion on the left side of this image, there's a wall. If we were standing at that wall and went around the corner, we would be looking straight at the entrance to the bathroom. So
Hey, Michelle.
the bathroom is just to the left and beyond this office area.
And is
What
this
parade?
a photo,
Veterans Day
if
parade?
you know,
Cool.
before you search the area and move things around, after, or something else?
This photograph was taken prior to any processing or anything being done.
And there was some items of note found in this area. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
And in collecting and photographing, is it fair to say you moved some of the paperwork?
Yes.
Okay.
Parades are fun.
So in Exhibit 543, there appears, how would you describe Exhibit 543?
Exhibit 543 is a stack of papers and binders that were under the monitor that were on the desk.
Okay. And that's before you moved items again?
That is correct.
Okay. And then 198, how would you describe Exhibit 198?
These were photographs that were taken after the search of this area.
Okay. And Exhibit 543, there's an item there circled. Is that fair to say?
That is correct. It's
Just
a piece of
watch out
paper
for red
that
SUVs.
had writings on it and appeared to me to be consistent with access codes or passwords. Again, not knowing the relevance or importance of it, we simply just photographed it.
And to photograph it, you moved it?
That is correct, yes.
And that's Exhibit 198?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 203. What is Exhibit 203?
Exhibit 203 is the actual documents that I had photographed. They're basically written in pen and pencil.
Stop growling.
There's some typed login information is what I refer to them as.
So basically every IT person's worst nightmare, a list of passwords.
Absolutely.
And can you just look at this briefly? And before some of them, it says you, like username. Is that fair to say? There's a U before.
Yes, it appears to have a U, which I would assume would be username, and then below it, there's a P, which I would assume to be password.
And I just want you to look roughly how many passwords are on these sheets of paper in Exhibit 203.
Why would that be a
There's
nightmare?
a back.
There's a back. I would
have
suggest
all
that
the
there
passwords.
is no less than 45 to 50, as some
You
of
don't
them
have to
appear to have
ask
been
anybody for
crossed out.
passwords.
And there are additional writings around the outside border of this document as well.
And is Exhibit 203 in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it from the Halderson desk?
Yes, it is. Although I was not the work person that collected it, I was present at the time that it was collected.
Fair enough. At this time, I would move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Based on the paperwork you went through and the totality of the desk area, could you tell whose desk it was?
There was a computer that was there. It was had a business card on it for a financial company in Middleton, and I came to the conclusion that that was the desk and office area for Bart Halderson.
And were you made aware during the investigation that he had been working from home like many people during 2021?
Yes, I was. I was aware of that.
And Exhibit 546. What is the red circled area in 546?
I believe that's around the documents that were collected.
And there's kind of one highlighted there in the screenshot from 543, which again was the video from the home that was previously played for the jury. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
And did you specifically move a document there, that document to be on top of the keyboard to photograph it?
I did not specifically move that, although it was moved there so that it could be photographed, yes.
Sure, by one of the other members of the crime scene.
That is correct.
And is that common to move items to aid in photography?
Absolutely.
But you are sure to document where it originally was first, is that fair?
That is correct as well.
Exhibit 201, is that a further picture of that document?
Yes, it is.
Just the top page, right? Deputy, I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 202. How would you describe Exhibit 202?
Exhibit 202 is the actual document that was previously shown on the screen, the photograph. It's an email which appears to be from Krista Halderson to a person named Bart. And the subject matter says Madison College. And the backside, it looks like a letter to Mr. Chandler Halderson from Citizens Bank.
And does this appear to be in the same condition as you saw it in the home?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 202 into evidence.
Actually, Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
Why are we approaching? Isn't that email the smoking gun? That's the motive. Right there. Hey, Jen. When are you guys going to Kennedy Space Center? Today?
So is 202 admitted?
Over objection,
tomorrow.
the evidence is received into evidence,
And I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
and you may.
All right. I'd actually like to pass this one around if that's okay.
They're gonna be, since I might not be streaming tomorrow, they are going to be at Kennedy Space Center. Magic Adventures, go check them out tomorrow while I'm at the doctor's office. Well, no, they won't be streaming that early. What time are you guys streaming tomorrow? 11:30. In case I don't stream. You can watch them. If I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. Jen, I'm getting another nerve ablation tomorrow. This is my second one. The first one I got in February.
We'll do that now.
Oh, it's lasted all
Counsel, we
this
have
time.
to straighten out one exhibit number as the jury's looking at this. So you can continue passing that document, but we'll use up the time to.
Oh, I hate that. Thank you for turning it off. He said they last 6 months to a year. And this one's lasted since February. And just started hurting again like last month. So if they keep lasting almost a year, I'm gonna keep getting them so I don't have to have surgery. Was it hurting when I met you guys at the parks? Yeah. As long as I don't have to stand and walk a lot, I'm okay. Is that you? What was this? I don't know, because I don't know who you are.
Has the exhibit made its way through or? No, okay, I'm just.
Nancy, did you not know about their channel? I was on their channel with them on November 2nd. You have to go back and watch that. I rode roller coasters and everything. It's cool. We had so much fun that day. We went to the Magic Kingdom. Had a blast. Ay. Throw me a headphone warning when you do that, dude. Jeez. I hate the white noise machine. I hate it. I don't know. They're at sidebar again or something. I guess I could fast forward through it. But you guys know what happens when I fast forward. I go too far, and then I go back and forth and back and forth, and I drive everybody crazy. I think he's looking at photographs so they can publish them to the jury, which takes forever. Dude, look faster. Let's speed things up. Okay, Flash. Reminds me of the sloth from Zootopia. Die. Okay, now what are we waiting for? He's done. He looked at the pictures. Hello? I don't know what we're waiting for. Tech? Maybe?
Specific to the
Exhibit 204.
Exhibit 204 is a photograph specific to the gray and white object, which is a Google Play device.
Is it?
No, Nancy. The last time I heard Jeopardy music, I was stuck on Pirates of the Caribbean. So no.
The Google version of an Alexa, basically.
That is my understanding, correct? Yes.
I believe it's called a Google Nest.
That is correct, yes.
Why was this picture taken?
Well, in the overall totality of everything, I saw that all of the cords were plugged into one central area. However, the cord that would plug into the outlet to power all of these was unplugged. So there was no power to the desk, if you will, which is where a number of these items were getting the electricity from.
Were there any other Google Nests throughout the home?
Yes, there was.
Were-
In the main entry-level living room, when you enter in through the front door, there was a Google device on the north wall of the living room. That Google device was unplugged. There was also a Google device that was located in the basement area, and that Google device was also unplugged.
Was that significant to you at all?
It was. It drew attention because I recalled a previous case out of the state of Arkansas where there was a motion in a trial there to attempt to get any information that listening device could have recorded, not just what was said when the wake-up word is used. So I thought it might have had some significance. That's why I photographed it.
And one additional question about the desk area. Was there a phone charger located on the desk area?
Yes, there was a phone charger. And
Didn't
if
we
I
watch
recall,
a
it was
trial?
for like an iPhone.
Judge, this might.
Didn't we watch a trial that had something about an Alexa device? And there was a fire. Was it the Linda Sturmer one? I don't remember now. Seems like there was a no, it wasn't that one because it seemed like the fire was in the kitchen. Maybe it wasn't a trial we did. Maybe it was just something I watched on Law and Crime or something.
Might be a good lunch stopping point.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we will return at 1 o'clock, which gives you an hour and 10 minutes. I know there's some things that we will take care of in your absence. As always, don't spend any time while you're away from this room discussing this case with anyone or overhearing any discussions or taking any steps purposely or avoid any steps unintentionally of being exposed to any information about the case. And we'll see everyone at 1 o'clock.
All right, to the hearing.
That's gonna bug me now. Because there was it was a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. It was a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. And he killed her. Maybe it wasn't a fire.
We installed squeaks during the break.
Dang. That's gonna bug me now.
Randy, let me know and I'll talk to make sure it's working. It's working okay?
It may have been the case he
Okay,
was
good.
talking
Thank you.
about for that.
Go ahead and continue, Attorney Raymond.
Thank you. In Exhibit 274, what is the jury seeing in Exhibit 274?
Exhibit 274 is a photograph of a spent cartridge shell that was located on the floor under the blue workbench. It would have been located closest to the west wall of the basement and at the south end of the workbench, which is the end closest to the stairs and that floor safe.
And just for those that are not super familiar with firearms, what is a casing?
A casing is the metal component that is hollow and has gunpowder within it. If we look at the round cylinder end of this particular casing, you can see there's a light colored yellow insert around the green metal portion of the casing. That is the primer end of the casing. The projectile is attached to the opposite end and is usually crimped to create a seal. The primer from the, the firing pin from the firearm will strike the primer end. Again, that primer end is that light yellow colored disc with inside of the green metal surrounding it. When it strikes the primer, it creates an explosion and ignites the gunpowder with inside of the
No, it wasn't
bullet.
in a bathtub.
The pressure with inside of the capsule, because it's sealed, forces the projectile out of the out of the casing down the barrel of the firearm. And that's essentially how it works.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to show Exhibit 275. What are we seeing on Exhibit 275?
Again, this is another photograph of the same projectile that was located on the floor in the basement. Again, we can see that inner disc that is a lighter yellow color or gold color, and then there's the darker green casing for the casing itself. This casing was actually located on the basement floor by crime scene investigator James Plenty, who then called to my attention that he had found something. And then I came down and assisted him in the basement with taking these photographs.
Might have just had it on there accidentally. I think it's just 284. Yes. Okay. So Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 284. How would you describe Exhibit 284?
Exhibit 284 is the casing that was collected by myself. That is the casing that was in the previous photograph that was on the floor under the workbench. It has a alpha marker letter G. Letter G was one of the placards that we seen in a previous image of the overall images, and it was yellow in color. It is affixed with evidence ID number 41877 that I applied. It's a sheriff's office evidence barcode number. It also has the Wisconsin State Crime Lab case number that is the same as previously mentioned, and they sub-designated this item of evidence as letter AH.
This time I would move Exhibit 284 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And Deputy, I'm also going to give you Exhibit 26. This is a bullet given to Mitchell Halderson by the defendant. I'd ask you just to just look at those both, 284 and Exhibit 26. And I'd ask if you see any similarities between the items.
No, it's a different
They are
one.
similar
It was
in
a
color.
pregnant girlfriend.
I also know that the head stamp is
I'll
the
figure it
same.
out.
Now, the head stamp is the manufacturer's stamping that is on the head or the primer end of the casing. It's not on the primer, it's on the casing. So it's not on the yellow portion of the disc, it's on the green portion of the metal casing. When I first saw this casing that was in the basement, I'm looking for the name of a manufacturer. A lot of times the manufacturers will put their initials or they may even put the full name of the company that manufactures them. This particular company did not. This particular company put a logo on there, and knowing that this type of casing is consistent with a cartridge that would be used for a AK-47 or an SKS type rifle. I was wondering if it was maybe some type of imported ammunition from another country, and that's what I was trying to decipher. I later learned that the writing that is on the crown of the head stamp is for a company named Barnaul. I also observed that on the head stamp along the lower arch of that round casing, the number is 7.62 by 39, and that is the same head stamp that is on the exhibit number 26, Sheriff's Office ID number 417, which is ammunition from M. Halderson. This particular piece of evidence, as we look in comparison to the casing of the one that was found within the basement, it is just the casing. And if we look at the one that is marked as Exhibit 26, it has a copper-colored projectile that is still intact. It also has a primer in it, and that primer is not dented, indicating that this is a complete round and it has not been fired.
So Exhibit 26, not fired. Exhibit 284, a fired casing.
Yes, a fired casing, also referred to sometimes as a spent shell casing.
And I'm going to leave these two up here. We have more ammunition we're going to compare in a minute. Deputy, how would you describe Exhibit 276?
Looking at Exhibit 276, we're facing to the east. This is on the north side of the basement, or the north half of the basement. We see that there's a wooden bookshelf, the natural wood color to the right. There's a safe that is black with a silver face next to it. We can see that there's a plastic table, and then there are two folding chairs that are folded in the chair position, and there are two additional chairs on the left side of that image. If we look at the concrete type floor, the concrete floor as well as the walls in the basement are painted in a gray type paint. We can see that there is a defect on the floor that is on the photographer's side, or the near side of the chair that is to the right in this image. The defect is a white, in this image appears to be a round or elliptical type defect.
Exhibit 277?
Exhibit 277 is a medium shot of that same defect in the concrete floor.
Exhibit 278?
Exhibit 278 is the same defect. This time we've added evidence marker letter H to it. We can see that when we get closer with the imagery that there is some depth to the defect, and it is not uniform in its edges are jagged.
And why is this defect interesting to you?
There were other defects on the floor, but this defect was interesting because it was absent of grime. Now, I can't say that it's fresh, but I can tell you it is not aged like the other defects that were on the floor. It doesn't have dirt or debris within that defect like the other defects had. It's not uncommon for a basement floor to have scratches or gouges, but this one, it stood out, and it still had like a powder, like busted concrete texture within the defect itself.
547, what are we looking at in 547?
In 547, we're looking at the floor on the south half of the basement. We're on the west side of the basement facing to the east. We see evidence markers letter F and we see evidence markers letter G. Now, if we look, you can see that the basement floor doesn't look the same as in the original images that we had taken. This photograph was taken after the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Field Response Unit came out to assist us. It consisted again of Nick Stalke, John Ertl, and the two photographers that came out to do the luminol. And what you see here is the residue, the white residue that is left behind when luminol is sprayed onto the hard surface. I further say that letter F and letter G are areas that fluoresced or luminesced that we collected swabs from the concrete floor.
Which brings us to Exhibit 287. Deputy, could you please look at the labels on Exhibit 287 and describe what 287 is?
287 are 3 swabs from the south side of the basement area, G, F, and F. The Sheriff's Office barcode number is 41884, and it also has Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory case number with subdesignations of AB, AB1, AB2, and AB3. Now, in the image I told you, there were 2 areas that were collected. The area F was swabbed twice, so 2 swabs were taken from area F, and they were collected separately.
I would move 287 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe Exhibit 292?
I'm not sure I heard you correctly. Was that 292?
Yes.
Exhibit 292 is a photograph that I took of the basement. Again, this is in the south side of the basement. It is in the southwest corner. As we see now, the freezer has been removed and collected as evidence. It is no longer in front of the wire rack rolling storage unit that has the supplies on it. We can see the left side of the photograph. There's the gray door with the silver handle for the upright vertical freezer. There's a shop vac that is on the floor. And then we can see that there's an area that protrudes north of the foundation itself. That would be the area below the front steps that would be commonly referred to as a stoop. And in some instances, in home construction, they get filled in. In other instances, they get capped off and they can be used as additional storage areas.
Exhibit 293.
Exhibit 293 is a photograph of the it's on the south side of the basement. It is the southwest corner. We can see the cinder block wall, and then we can see above the cinder block wall, there are silver pipes. Those silver pipes are conduit that contain electrical wires within it. You can see the junction box that is affixed to the cinder block wall. We can see that there are a couple pieces of wood that are attached to the wall. And the area above the cinder block has a wood construction creating a wall above the cinder block. You can see.
Sorry.
You can see that there's the gray paper-like material It's got some red writing on it. That is the paper side of the insulation that was placed inside of that cavity. The area that is between the 2x4 studs and it's for insulation purposes.
Exhibit 294?
Is just another photograph of that same area. Again, we can see the red markings for the insulation.
And what does Exhibit 295 display?
Exhibit 295 is an area, the cavity that is exposed once the insulation is removed from the studs. And when we look in the lower portion of that image, we can see that steel pipe, and then beyond it, there are some black triangular looking pieces. Those pieces are consistent with a mouthpiece that would be used on a vape type instrument, which is an instrument that a person sometimes uses if they're a smoker to mimic cigarettes.
And was this vape mouthpiece out in the open like this, or was it behind insulation?
It could not be seen. It was concealed within that cavity, and it was covered with the insulation.
Upon learning that, did you guys then remove more insulation in the area?
We removed all the insulation in the basement after seeing that. There was an indicator that somebody was hiding something in the basement. Those were put there purposely. They're not left there by accident.
Exhibit 296.
Exhibit 296, we can see in the bottom left portion those same vape mouthpieces. However, as I pulled back more of the insulation and exposed the cavity created by the 2x4 walls, you can see the magazine from a firearm that also contains bullets. The magazines are concealed within the wall and hidden with the insulation covering them, so they could not be seen unless the insulation was removed from the wall.
So the magazines were hidden behind the insulation.
Correct. They could not be seen without removing the insulation. And the insulation was put back into place as it really did not look out of place. But during our extensive search, I decided to pull back insulation and dig a little bit deeper and a little bit further, and this is what I found.
And obviously by magazine, you don't mean Sports Illustrated. What's a magazine for people that are not gun users?
So a magazine is part of the firearm. Not every firearm has them, but on some firearms that are semi-automatic, they have a storage container that is called a magazine. The bullets are pushed into the magazine from the top, and when you see the bullets, that is the top of the magazine. As you push the next round in, they compress a spring that is at the base. And the magazines have different capacities. These magazines hold multiple rounds of ammunition. That magazine is then placed into the firearm, and then the spring will feed the firearm and force additional ammunition into the chamber of that firearm as it cycles each time the trigger is pulled.
What do you observe in Exhibit 297?
Exhibit 297 is after I pulled the insulation from the wall, I stepped back and took an overall photograph. This is for reference, so a person who was not there can understand where within the basement those were located.
How would you describe Exhibit 298?
Exhibit 298 is a close-up of the 3 magazines that I located concealed within the basement wall. The magazines are of a polymer or plastic-like material, and there are 3 of them. I collected each of them. One of them listed as the front, which is the one closest in the image. One listed as top, which is the one in the highest portion of this image. And then one listed as bottom, which is the one that's leaning over on the far right side of this image.
Exhibit 299, how would you describe Exhibit 299?
Exhibit 299 is when I completely remove all of the insulation. Again, this photograph is to show the condition in which they were found and in relation to the vape mouthpieces that were located. Again, just a reference.
Exhibit 300.
Again, this is another perspective allowing a better view of the 3rd magazine, the one that's listed as bottom. In each one of these magazines, we can see that there are bullets in each of those magazines.
And 301. Just another perspective view.
Again, it's just another reference photograph so that the viewer can have a understanding as to where they were located within the basement.
And same for 135?
Correct. It's an
Or, I'm sorry, 302.
The 302 is a overview, again, showing in relation to the storage shelf and the magazines.
Deputy, I'm going to approach you now with Exhibits 288, 289, and 290. And I'm going to have you describe the labels on Exhibit 288 first.
Exhibit 288 is the magazine that was listed as the front with ammo. It's got evidence ID number 42258 affixed to it.
I would move at this time Exhibit 288 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I'd ask that you open it up, and I'm actually going to have you count the amount of rounds in that magazine. Yes, thank you. Will you just hold it up for the jury? All right, now if you would count the rounds, sir.
So rounds have been removed.
Okay.
Nancy, sometimes I think you want me to yell at you. You're always apologizing for no reason. You're not doing stuff wrong. You want me to yell at you? I don't know why. Because you're always fine.
It's okay, they don't have to be standing up, just count the amounts.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
20, okay. And that was Exhibit 288. If you would return the rounds and magazine to the box. And I'm going to have you repeat the same procedure with item 290.
Item 290 is the rifle magazine listed as bottom with ammo that I collected from the wall.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 290 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, I would ask that you count the bullets. No need to display them if you just want to count them.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
All right, thank you. If you want to return those items to the bag, to the box. And finally, I'd like you to repeat the same procedure with item 289. And what does the label from your department say for 289?
Exhibit 289 is a rifle mag topped with ammo, evidence ID number 42259. This is a magazine which I collected that was concealed within the wall.
All right, I would move 289 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, yes, please count the rounds.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So only 15 rounds in Exhibit 289.
That is correct.
So missing 5 rounds as compared to the other 2 magazines.
Yes.
Okay. Now, but maybe before you close that, the bullets in all 3 of these magazines, is their ammunition consistent with each other?
Yes, and looking at the head stamp on the ammunition, they're all the same color, the same caliber, 7.62 by 39, and they all have the same head stamp from the manufacturer that is the logo for Bernal.
And is that the same head stamp that you identified in the Get Well bullet as well as the casing found on the basement floor?
I don't recall which one was a Get Well bullet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 26.
Yes, they're all the same.
Okay. This one just has Get Well written in Sharpie on it. So all of the ammunition that is displayed up here is all the same caliber, all the same head stamp.
That is correct.
Anything else? No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Deputy, approximately how many hours did you spend processing this place?
I would suggest over the 3-week period, it was roughly 10 to 12 hours a day, not working every day. We did have a couple days off in there.
So the pictures that were shown to the jury today, were those all taken in the same day or in different days?
They were taken in different dates. They were not taken all at the exact same time, no.
Now, as far as you being at that home, is this your first time that you were in the Halderson household?
In reference to this investigation, yes, I'd never previously been at that residence.
So you mentioned multiple times that the way you photographed things that day was how it was when you got there, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
When I entered under the guise of the search warrant, we photographed the entire interior of the residence, how we found it. And again, I talked earlier about wearing booties and the cross-contamination. You just cannot get past that. But nothing else was moved when the initial photographs are taken. And when we walk through and we're taking our notes, and I talk about that golden hour with Deputy Plenty, we're not moving or touching anything. We're simply looking.
And along those lines, would you agree with me that your role is primarily to take in the scene, not necessarily analyze the scene? Does that make sense?
I would disagree because my role as a crime scene investigator differs from a detective. When I'm at the scene, I'm trying to read what the scene is saying. I'm trying to interpret what the scene is saying. The detective, they get verbals. They talk to their witnesses, their victims, their suspects, and they are able to communicate verbally. I have to interpret what has been left for me. I have to try and essentially analyze, for lack of a better term, what is there and what isn't there.
So along those lines as well, are you the individual that gets to determine what is of evidentiary value and what is not of evidentiary value?
I'm one of the people, yes, I am.
And I believe in this particular location, it would be you and Deputy Plenty.
That is correct. Now, and additionally, we do our investigation and we're making a evaluation as we're doing it, and we're identifying what needs to be done to the scene. Okay, that first evaluation. What additional resources are we going to need? Are we going to need help from other agencies, be it the State Crime Laboratory Field Response, the ATF, DCI's State Fire Marshal's Office. All of that is going in and taking place. Once we sequence what is going to happen, we roll out our plan. Now that changes, and things happen that allow us to continue, and then there's roadblocks that we have to stop and change our direction, our course of attack, if you will, on processing this scene. Once that is all done, again, we talked about that communication with the detectives and having an understanding as to what's taking place outside of the crime scene. I don't know everything that has taken place. I don't know every interview that is being conducted. So what we do then is, once we're done with the processing of all of the evidence that we find forensically, we then bring the detectives into the scene and they do a wall-to-wall search. And during that wall-to-wall search, they're looking for additional documents that they might have an understanding that has relevance to the case that I would have no knowledge of, because I'm not the one out doing the interviews. This is a team approach, and we need the detectives to give us information. We give the detectives information, and then we have them come in and we release the scene to the detectives so they can do their wall-to-wall search for additional things that we may have not had any knowledge that may or may not have been important.
So in conjunction with you and the crime scene team, along with the detectives, it's fair to say that this house was very thoroughly processed.
Yes, I referred to the search when the walkthrough was conducted with the district attorney's office. I used a term that when we get done with the search, when we're done with a tornado search, we'll find everything. And the district attorney looked at me and wondered what tornado search was. And I told him that we will turn the house upside down looking for whatever piece of evidence is in here that would have any value to this case. And that's what we did.
And the DA has placed all of the exhibits that they've presented to you in that corner. That's not even half of the exhibits or of the evidence that was collected in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about exhibits and evidence, we're not only talking about anything that could contain blood. We're talking about digital evidence, such as flash drives, anything like that this house had, you would have collected and processed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going into the blood evidence that you had talked about in direct examination, you essentially performed two types of tests, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the first one was just to see if there was a presence of blood. Is that correct?
That is correct. That would be the phenolphthalein test that detects just simply the presence of blood.
And then that second one was that hexagon OBDI or OBTI test.
That is correct. The hexagon OBTI, that differentiates between human blood and non-human blood.
The tests that were performed on this blood initially from you, they cannot tell you when that blood was placed on that location, correct?
No, they cannot.
And I think you might have mentioned this in direct examination, but I'll say it again. It cannot tell you, these tests cannot tell you whose blood that is.
No, that is that's the screening process that we utilize, again, to get the best probative value for the evidence that we're allowed to submit to the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory. And that's when the DNA evaluation and testing is conducted at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. That is not something that is done in-house by any sheriff's office in Wisconsin.
And along those lines, those two tests that you performed on the blood, they cannot tell you how it was that the blood was placed there.
No, they cannot.
Same with the physical evidence that you recovered. So for example, we spent some time talking about metal fragments that were located in the basement. Do you recall those?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're able to determine that they're metal fragments, correct?
That is correct.
And maybe you're able to determine that they're, I think you refer to them as projectiles.
Consistent with the lead fragment of a projectile, yes.
But a thorough, conclusive saying that this metal fragment is a projectile, that's not something that you would be able to do, correct?
No, that would again go to a subject matter expert at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in the firearms section.
And again, as far as you're concerned, you cannot tell us when those metal fragments were placed there, correct?
No, I cannot.
And generally, you cannot tell us how they were placed there.
No, I cannot do that either, no.
And that goes with any kind of physical evidence that you recovered at the household, correct?
Could you ask the question again?
Sure, yeah. So I specifically talked about the metal fragments, but as
Yep.
far as any kind of physical evidence that you collected, you aren't able to tell the jury or anyone how it was placed there, correct?
In respect to the metal fragments or any evidence?
Any evidence.
That is not
located.
correct.
So there's some evidence that you are able to say how it was placed there.
Correct.
Could you give me an example?
The bloodstain patterns.
And when we're talking about the bloodstain patterns, that's quite literally the pattern, not how the blood was placed there, just the pattern, correct?
Correct. Well, the pattern will tell us basically how it was applied. So when we look at the face of the safe and we see the stains that are on the face of the safe, they're pretty much round and they're small. And that tells us that those stains impacted on that safe at a 90 or near 90-degree angle. So the face of the safe is a horizontal surface. So the blood is deposited onto the face of the safe at a 90-degree angle.
But again, you do not know when it was placed there.
I cannot say that, no.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
One brief question. The jury previously and counsel, I think, mentioned some of the photos. The video that Scott Coons, the slow walkthrough of the property, was that done before or after photos being taken?
I cannot recall exactly the time. It was on the same day, but I do not recall if that was prior to or after.
Sure. Was it done before any items were moved?
Nothing was moved.
Okay. That's it?
May this deputy be excused and released? Or no? Not released, but excused. Are there any, well, I know we should get the,
Yes,
I will
I
ask
will.
him to, with your assistance, to box up the
Absolutely.
exhibits that are there before we proceed to the next witness. Thank you, sir.
I am getting such a look of betrayal right now from my dog. You can't have onion, Spike. That was a sour cream and chives cracker. I don't want you to die. Or get sick and puke on my carpet. I didn't want you to get sick. I was not being mean. I was being nice. Fine. Be mad. Saved your life. You're so cute. Fine, go away mad. See if I care. Rat.
Thanks again. Thank you again.
Boy, you gonna get coal in your stocking.
The state's gonna call Nick Stolke Tuesday.
Get out there and film it, Judy. What are you doing in here? Go, 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 go. Welcome back, Marty.
I do.
Good afternoon, sir. If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference for the purposes of witnesses.
Never
If you
too
could.
old for drama. The drama will warm you up.
Go right ahead, counsel.
Hold on one sec.
Oh yeah, that dreaded four-letter word, Marty. Yeah, I know. It's too cold to do that either. Woo. This guy looks like a psychiatrist or psychologist or a TV evangelist.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record, spelling both your first and last name?
Nick Stelke, Nick Stalke.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist with the State Crime Laboratory in Madison, Wisconsin.
And what sort of training did you have to go through to become a forensic scientist?
I have to have a minimum of a 4-year degree or a bachelor's degree. My degree is in medical technology and chemistry.
And where did you get that from?
St. Cloud State University.
That's funny, Judy.
And then what, did you have any further training after that?
I have a lot of different training sessions that I've attended over the 30-plus years that I've been a forensic scientist.
Well, could you give us the highlights? What are some of the specific trainings you have?
Well, I had training in crime scene response processing. I had a course in advanced scene processing, a bloodstain pattern analysis, bullet trajectory, fracture match, or physical match, and all the other associated training that's required for the processing of crime scenes.
Okay. And is one of the things that you've had training and experience with luminol?
Yes, it is.
And what is luminol?
Luminol is a chemical when
Judy, I know how to shut them up. Take one of your Grogu's out there and offer to move the woodpile for them. Tell them that Grogu will move the woodpile using the force. Problem solved. They'll just stand there dumbfounded. And they'll shut up.
added to a scene that has the presence of blood and a hydrogen peroxide will cause a chemiluminescence.
Okay, so it's a chemical that when
I
added
know,
to
I
blood,
wouldn't.
it'll cause it to react
Jeez.
under a certain light?
Yes, it does. When blood is present and you add luminol, the blood reacts as a catalyst, causing the blood to actually luminesce or give off light.
Okay. And what is it used for?
We utilize luminol for determining whether or not there's a cleanup at a crime scene. I also like to use it for determining what has actually occurred, if there's been any movements within a crime scene that isn't necessarily understood from just the visible blood that we see at a scene. So it's helpful in identifying on non-visible blood at a crime scene.
So it allows you to see blood that is not able to be seen with the naked eye.
That's correct.
In the course of this investigation, were you asked to luminol some vehicles?
Yes, I was.
And was one of those vehicles a Volvo belonging to a Krista Halderson?
It was.
And what, if anything, were the results of that luminol?
It was negative.
And what does that mean?
That means that, first of all, when we did the examination of that vehicle, we always do a visual examination. I did not see any visible blood. We follow that up with then the application of luminol, which again is you see a visible reaction for non-visible blood from the application of luminol, and I did not get a reaction from that.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibits 342, 343, and 344. How would you describe exhibits 342 through 344?
Exhibits 342, 343, and 344 are photographic images of vehicles that I processed
Okay.
in this case.
And I would move 342 through 344 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'd ask for the Elmo. And 342. Was this the Volvo that you processed?
It is.
And no signs of blood in that Volvo.
That's correct.
And 343. Was that the
Me too,
Outback,
Nichelle.
Outback vehicle that
Me
you
too.
processed belonging to Bart Halderson?
It was.
And what result did you have with luminol with that vehicle?
Again, it was negative.
And then I'm going to show you 344. Is this another vehicle that you at least took a look at?
It is.
And did you perform luminol on this vehicle?
I did not.
And why is that?
The condition of the vehicle, all the items that were located within the vehicle would suggest that none of those items had been removed or had been replaced. All those items seemed to be in the condition that it had been for some period of time. So in my estimation, it wasn't necessary to attempt luminol for this particular vehicle.
And 344 is specifically the vehicle that was owned by Kat Melander, the girlfriend in this case?
That was my understanding.
So let me ask you, if I have something that is bloody, but I put it in some sort of plastic, would luminol detect stains on the flooring underneath?
No, if there's no contact with luminol on the surface that is being tested with luminol, it will not detect or give any kind of reaction to the application of luminol.
So similarly, like putting on gloves, you don't see fingerprints. If you wrap something in a barrier, it would prevent the luminol from picking up on blood.
That's correct.
This was turned over. It says PowerPoint. Do I have an additional photo? I didn't put this on. That's fine. And sir, did you write a report in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 548. Could you please describe Exhibit 548?
I thought they all drove
Yes,
Subarus.
Exhibit 548 is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings.
And why do you write reports with the results from your investigation?
We always write reports so that everyone understands that we were there to performing
I
a
know,
duty.
Nichelle.
And those then, when we have conclusions that from our examinations, we need to report those to the
And
to the
is
agency.
Exhibit 348 a true and accurate copy of your report?
Exhibit 548?
I'm sorry, 548.
Yes, it is.
All right, I'd move Exhibit 548 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And just for completeness, Exhibit 303, is that a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Exhibit number 303 is, yes.
I would move Exhibit 303 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, the cars were just a small part of what you looked at in this case. Is that fair?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 304 and Exhibit 305. And in connection to this case, you created a PowerPoint.
Yes, I was asked to do that, yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 304 is just the USB of your PowerPoint? And Exhibit 305 is a printout of your PowerPoint.
Exhibit 305 is that, yes.
Okay. I'd move Exhibits 304 and 305 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
Let me get it set up before I have you switch it, Judge.
As a shady lady?
Okay.
Why are you in the parade? Like, what group were you with?
If you want to switch it.
I think we did.
All right.
Oh, that's cool.
So
a
Exhibit
saloon
305
girl.
is a PowerPoint
Oh, I
with
would
23
love
slides
that.
approximately.
Yes.
And in the first slide, that's just the outside of the house that you processed.
That's correct.
And that house is the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address.
Oh, cool. That
It
sounds
was.
like fun.
Okay. And what do we see on slide 2?
I like to describe this house as a tri-level, but it actually has 3 levels above ground, 4th level being the basement. So this would be the lowest level. This is the foyer at the front door. This off to the left is the family room. Behind us would be the entrance to the garage. And in the middle there, in the top center of the photograph is the entrance to the basement or the lowest level.
Now, did you luminol the entire house?
No, we only luminoled those areas that of concern. And those areas were the basement, the foyer here. There's a bathroom then up on the top right corner of this photograph. We did that one as well. And then the garage.
Okay.
And the family room, if I didn't mention that.
Okay. And slide 3. How would you describe slide 3?
Slide 3 is the lowest level. This would be the basement. The basement was split basically in two, divided by a dividing wall. This would be the north half of the basement.
Okay.
Cleanest basement
And how
in
would
the
you
world.
describe
That
slide
looks
4?
like a store shelf. That looks like Home Depot or something.
Maybe, I'm sorry, I think that's actually the south side of the basement because the front door is facing south. So this would be, when you go down the basement stairs to the right and just to the left, then that is on the north side of the basement, so the south side of the basement. This is the south side of the basement. This then is the floor of the south side of the basement.
Slide 5.
Oh,
Well, the first, the slide just before this was a photograph
luckily, not so
of the
much.
floor with white light. This is a photograph then with a long lens opening with no light at all other than the light that is being generated by the application of luminol, and then a small pop of light or flash so that we can get an idea of the relative positions of the items within the scene to the luminol itself. If we didn't do that, all you would see would be the luminescence of the luminol reacting to the presence of whatever it's reacting to.
Now, the blue area that's for lust, I believe you said, is that all blood that it's reacting to?
This could be blood that it's reacting to, yes.
Could be.
Exhibit,
What else could it
or
be
slide
reacting
6.
to?
What is
The-
slide 6 depicting?
Because I only applied small areas of luminol to the basement floor in small intervals or in sections. This is a second photograph of application of the luminol closer to the camera itself.
And you said that the luminescence could be blood. Could it be something else?
Well, it does luminol does react with bleach or any other chemical that has some metals in it. Also, some plant materials will give some false positives.
So if somebody had cleaned the floor with bleach, that might also respond to your luminol.
It can, yes.
What about hydrogen peroxide? Would that cause any luminol?
Well, to cause the reaction of luminol, actually luminol is part of the chemical reaction of luminol. When you apply luminol, you're applying a solution, a basic solution with luminol, and with the addition of hydrogen peroxide, which is an oxidizer, causing the luminol then to react to the iron that's in the hemoglobin of the blood to luminesce. So hydrogen peroxide is actually a part of this then. Hydrogen peroxide is also a good cleaning agent or a bleach, which will remove stains and break down cellular material like blood.
Did that answer the
Slide
question?
7, what is the jury seeing?
Okay, slide 7 is the opposite direction of the previous slides. The previous slides had the camera in the position just this side of that small chest freezer looking our direction. In this case, this photograph is looking in the opposite direction.
When you are luminoling this area and the area that we just looked at, and you're getting some fluorescence, is anybody else swabbing that area or testing it for blood in any manner?
Once we identify an area that is reacting, giving us a positive reaction to the application of luminol, we then swab it to get a sample, and then we test it again with phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for the presence of blood. And because luminol isn't specific to blood, we need a second test to determine if there is potentially blood present. And so we always follow up any positive luminol areas with a test, presumptive test called phenolphthalein, excuse me.
And did Greg Leatherberry, in this case, perform those tests?
I performed the phenolphthaleins. I think Greg may have assisted with that, but he collected all of those samples.
Okay. And did he perform, oh, you did the phenolphthalein? though?
Yes.
Okay. And so going back to slide 5, did you swab and test any of that, slide 5?
Yes. We did.
And did it test positive for blood?
It did. Presumptive positive for blood. Yes.
Sure. And slide 6, did you swab or test any of those areas?
I did.
And did any of those test positive presumptive for blood?
It did.
All right. Slide 8. Oops, I'm sorry. I went to 9. Slide 8. What is the jury viewing in slide 8?
Slide 8 is a view across the basement from south to north. The basement stairs is off to the left. The previous views in the previous slides would have been to our right, looking down the south side of the south half of the basement area. This is looking across from then the south side of the basement to the north side of the basement.
And slide 9, what are we viewing in slide 9?
Slide 9 would be then the north side of the basement.
Slide 10?
Slide 10 is the north side basement floor.
And then slide 11. What is the jury seeing in slide 11?
Slide 11 is the north side basement floor after the application of luminol.
And did you, after applying luminol and getting some fluoresced areas, were those areas swapped?
We did swab some areas in the north side, yes.
Did you test them with phenolphthalein to see if they tested positive for blood?
We did. In this particular case, I don't recall if any of these were positive for presumptive test presence of blood.
Sure, so it might have been bleach or some other cleaning agent.
Correct.
What is the jury looking at in slide 12?
This is the basement floor on the, again, on the north side, but closer to the stairs that leading down to the basement or leading up to the foyer.
And slide 13.
This is the same area, however, with after the application of luminol.
And how would you describe these results on slide 13?
These gave a very strong reaction to the presence of luminol. I believe that we also had a couple of positive reactions to the presumptive tests of phenolphthalein as well. But there were some footwear impressions, apparent footwear impressions in blood in this area. And you can see that in this photograph.
How would you describe slide 14?
Slide 14 then is a view from the north side of the basement toward the stairs leading up to the foyer.
And slide 15?
15?
Yes.
Slide 15 is an image of the family room. There's a fireplace there. These are also some stairs that lead up to the upper floor, a kitchen in the background there. And the foyer is off to the right.
Slide
16?
16 and then right there, 16.
16. 16 is the fireplace hearth with a floor in front of that. Appeared that there was doing some construction in this, or renovating in this room.
Slide 17, just another view.
Yep, just another view of the same thing.
And slide 18. How would you describe slide 18 to the jury?
Slide 18 is the same view as previous view. However, after the application of luminol, this particular view would indicate there was some solution or a wetting wetting of the surface that had occurred here. You can see that there's a little bit of a movement in drainage, or there's a flow pattern, for instance, for lack of better terminology here, of that luminescing area.
And
So
is-
possible cleanup as well.
And your training and experience with luminol, are you also trained in blood stain pattern or blood splatter analysis?
Yes.
Is there anything you can say about the blood staining of the basement area?
Well, you can see that there's a couple of very bright stains that are luminescing very brightly with blue. Those would be stains that are not necessarily diluted with any kind of a substance or a liquid. Those are fairly strong stains. The stains that we could visibly see in this area appeared to be more of a drip or a contact transfer.
And I'm going to go back a few slides and ask you about the blood pattern. Is there anything, this slide in the
Pattern,
basement,
not
slide
pattern.
13, is there anything you can say
No-
about the blood pattern in that slide?
The only thing that this is a real complex situation, I'd say, with a lot of different things going on. These are mostly transfers or just the contact of blood onto a surface. There's also some patterns then that would be consistent with footwear in blood. There's also drip patterns there as well. And there's some spatter stains off to the side or onto vertical surfaces near this.
And I'm going to go back to slide 5. Is there anything you can say about the pattern there?
These patterns are more general in that and diffuse in that it appears that there's been some wiping or cleanup.
I'm going to go back to, I believe we were at 17. Slide 18 we already talked about. Slide 19, how would you describe slide 19?
In slide 19, these had some, or we had some visible stains. And the ones that are already marked were ones that Deputy Leatherberry had visibly seen and marked with these labels, adhesive labels.
And slide 20.
20 is an image taken after the application of luminol. You can see there that there's many more stains that are visible now due to the application of the luminol. These stains are very similar in characteristic, size, and shape as the visible stains that you could see and that were already marked.
Are you able to say anything about the pattern of or splatter of these stains?
These look like stains that were drip utilizing or that are produced from gravity alone acting upon the bloody source with the blood dripping straight to the floor. There were a couple of stains that you can see some movement toward the bottom right that are somewhat smeared. These could be consistent with swipes or wipes.
Exhibit 21, a view before you luminoled.
This is the foyer. The front door is off to the left. The garage entrance is up toward the top of the photograph. And this is from the location at the top of the basement stairs.
Slide 22, how would you describe slide 22?
The entrance to the front of the house, entrance to the left at the end of that rug, and then the entrance to the garage there at the top with the door open.
And finally, slide 23. What do you
Slide-
see in slide 23?
Slide 23 is in following the application of luminol. We had a positive reaction to the presence of luminol here, just inside the garage door. And this had a pattern to it. It had, appeared to be a contact transfer with the shape of a possible container that may have had blood on the surface of it.
And just like with the vehicles, again, if items such as plastic tarp or other barriers were used, would that prevent you from finding blood with luminol?
Well, anything that would prevent blood from contacting a surface, which was then ultimately applied or had luminol applied to it, would not indicate or give a positive reaction to the presence of luminol.
And if blood was cleaned up with hydrogen peroxide, would you be able to find any traces of it?
Well, with luminol, because hydrogen peroxide is part of the formula of the luminol itself, it would not give a reaction. It would indicate that cleanup had occurred. It would be, but however, the hypochlorite or bleach does give a positive, negative positive, false positive for luminol.
Are you familiar with lemon at all as a potential cleaning agent?
Well, I've heard of lemons possibly being used as cleaning agents. Lemons have citric acid, and we're all familiar with vinegar, which is acetic acid. So we know that acetic acid is a cleaning agent. It's a mild acid used in removal of mineral stains and things like that, or metal staining and things on that order. So, and mineral deposits. So lemons can be used as a cleaning agent.
It's also a nice deodorizer. Smells good.
Yes, vinegar does have a sour odor to it, whereas lemons would not have that.
Hold on one moment. And Analyst Stolke, did you test this last stain, slide 23, for blood?
I don't recall. If we collected it, we would have tested it. And since we collected it, pretty sure I would have tested with phenolphthalein.
Fair enough. And the chemical compound H2O2, is that the chemical formula for hydrogen peroxide?
It is.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
So I'm a bit confused. You said earlier that it could be blood, whatever is illuminating from the luminol, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the other assumption is that it could be bleach, correct?
Correct.
So whenever we see something illuminated on that TV or on the photographs, it could be bleach, yes?
Could be one or the other or both, yes.
And the only way you'd be able to do that is by doing that additional testing that you talked about with the phenolphthalein, correct?
That would give us more confidence that it is blood, yes.
And I believe you said that there were some areas where it couldn't be detected if what was being illuminated was in fact blood. Is that
Excuse me,
correct?
say that again.
Sure, yeah. I believe you had mentioned that there was some spots where it was illuminated and you did test for the presence of blood, but nothing was located or no further testing was done.
When we got a positive reaction for luminol, I would go to the area that had the strongest luminescence or fluorescence and swab that area. We then conducted a phenolphthalein, which is the presumptive test for phenolphthalein or for blood. We had several negative tests, but we also had positive tests for the presence of blood. So there could be a combination of both things going on there.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. And these areas were swabbed and samples were collected in the course of this luminol?
It was, yes.
And those were later sent to some of your colleagues at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
It would have been tested later on, yes.
All right, nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Released from
sir.
my subpoena then as well?
Is he released from his subpoena?
We'll talk later about that, but not for right now.
Not for right now. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Can we approach?
Yes.
You guys, I'm doing a poll for the next Trials of the Past. I'm not ignoring y'all. And I can't type. Dang it! I misspelled love 3 times now. Dang it! Well, dang it.
Folks, that's going to be it for today. The processing of evidence and presentation will continue tomorrow, and I appreciate all of your attentiveness today. We'll run the same schedule tomorrow, so if you can be here, and we'll be set to go ourselves at 8:45. We'll get started at that point in time. In the meantime, as you go home from here today, and as you, I hope, rest this evening, again, stay away from observing any media reports, having any conversations or discussions, or taking any steps yourselves to learn anything further, and avoid being in any position where anyone around you is talking about the case or providing you purposely or inadvertently with any information. I appreciate everything today, and I hope you all have a good rest this evening. Brandon?
All right, to adjourn.
Stop it.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, was there anyone over the break who was exposed to any information about the case, sought information, had discussions, participated, or involuntarily overheard discussions? I see no hands. Thank you. Very good. We'll resume with the testimony from Deputy Leatherberry. I'll remind you, you're still under the oath that you swore this morning. If you would proceed, Attorney Raymond.
Could you try turning the HDMI on and then off, off and on again? It's not showing what's on my screen. Deputy, could you please describe for the jury what Exhibit 205 is?
Exhibit 205 is a photograph taken from the east side of the office level, if you will, facing towards the west. It is the doorway that leads out into the garage area.
And what is Exhibit 25?
This is a photograph of the interior of the garage. The door that was in the previous photograph would be adjacent to the two refuse containers that are in the left portion of that image.
And are the vehicles that are in the garage, the Volvo belonging to Krista Halderson and the Subaru belonging to Bart Halderson?
That is correct, yes.
What is Exhibit 207 a picture of?
Exhibit 207 is a photograph that's depicting the Rubbermaid wheeled refuse container.
And is that container consistent with the container found in the woods at the Irwin Drive property?
This is the container that I referred to earlier in my testimony when we were speaking to the lid that was in the bathroom on the bedroom level that was under construction. This is the lid with the refuse container, and it's consistent with the same type of refuse container that was found in the woods out on Irwin property.
And I'm sorry, part of your testimony might be a little confusing. Is this the same lid that was upstairs in the bathroom?
No, it is not the same lid. This is the lid that goes with this container. There are two lids, then there would be two lids within that side of the house.
Exhibit 208, what is that a picture of?
This is a photograph depicting the two refuse containers that are provided by a municipality for picking of waste. One is a recycle bin with the
Loophole
blue
is up
lid,
in the community
and the other one
section.
is the trash container.
And did you test or to perform any evidentiary test on any of these garbage cans?
I did. On the handle of the garbage can, there was reddish brown stain. There's also reddish brown stains on the inside of the container. The stain that was on the handle was tested with phenolphthalein, which was presumptive positive, and then followed up with the hexagon OBTI test, which was also positive for human blood.
Could you describe Exhibit 209 for the jury?
This is a photograph of the interior side of the west wall of the garage. This would be in the southwest corner. In this image, there is a placard with the number 7 that is indicating that the metal framed gray basket that is hanging and the items that are inside of that basket.
And the 7 was put there by police.
Yes, I put that there.
Okay. And Exhibit 210, what does 210 show?
Exhibit 210 shows another photograph of the same bin. However, the first container that was on top of it has been removed to expose a couple lengths of rope. You'll see a length of rope that is black in color, and there's also a length of rope that is orange in color.
And why did you note the rope?
The black rope is consistent in appearance with the rope that was around the torso of the deceased that was located on the Irwin Road property.
211, again, just a close-up of that rope.
It's
was
showing
the rope for?
the cut end of that rope.
To drag.
And if you want to glove up,
Oh, please quit saying it like that. Say put your gloves on like a normal person.
And Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 279. Exhibit 279, does it have a sticker from your department with a label?
Yes, it does. It is a evidence ID number 41887, and it's the black rope from the garage basket.
I'd ask that you open up the bag. State will move Exhibit 279 into evidence.
Any objections? It is received. It may be shown.
Yeah, and if you just want to hold that up, maybe stand up and hold it up for the jury. Exhibit 279.
Oh, it's rope. Wow.
Was what appears like tape, was that present when you collected it?
No, it was not.
Is
So
that
you used
something
it to
done by the
drag-
crime lab?
That was
Drag
done
the
by
body,
myself.
maybe?
Okay, why?
Or the
It was done by
torso?
myself in preparation for submitting the cut end to the state crime laboratory for comparison.
And specifically, what is Exhibit 280?
Exhibit 280 is a cut section from 41887, the evidence ID number.
And that is the portion of the rope that you cut and submitted, and it was submitted to the state crime lab?
That is correct.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 280 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Would you like me to?
Actually, I don't think, it's a cutting from the previous rope that was seen. And then just to move in for the record, Exhibit 281, how would you describe Exhibit 281?
Exhibit 281 is an evidence bag sealed with evidence tape with evidence ID number 41993, which is the cut rope from evidence ID number 41692, which is the the rope portion that was around the torso.
And I would move Exhibit 281 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Okay, Deputy, could you describe Exhibit 222 to the jury, please?
This is a photograph, again, of the interior side of the west wall of the garage. The previous photograph would have been to the left of this on that same wall. In this photograph, we can see the window, and below the window, there are some green stakes that are leaning up against the lower left corner of that window.
Okay. 223, can you describe Exhibit 223?
In Exhibit 223, we can see those same green stakes as a reference from the previous photograph. And we can see a golf club that is against the wall. And just to the left of the black head of the golf club, there's a number indicator for an item evidence that was collected.
212, what does Exhibit 212 display?
212 is a better photograph depicting the evidence marker number 8. Number 8 is for the wooden handle that is attached to the axe head that is on the floor of the garage.
Please describe 213.
213 is a photograph of the axe that I collected from the garage.
And just to back up, this axe was kind of hidden behind some boards.
It was something that you had to look to see. I wouldn't say it was hidden. It was concealed by its placement. But if you had the right angle, you could see it was there.
All right. So Exhibit 214, can you please describe it?
Exhibit 214 is a photograph showing staining that is on the area of where the axe head and the handle of the axe come together. This red staining is consistent in appearance with that of blood. There's also some dark staining on the metal portion of the axe head itself.
Exhibit 215.
It is yet another photograph of the axe with the axe head. And again, we can see staining in the area of where the axe head and handle intersect.
Exhibit 216.
It is a photograph of the same axe. However, is the opposite side of the axe head. Again, we can see that there's some dark discoloration in the area where the sharp end of the axe would be, and there is not the same discoloration in the area of the blunt side of the axe head.
217.
217 is a photograph of the same axe, and here we're referencing the handle area, and we can see on the handle that there is dark reddish brown staining.
He needs some water.
218.
His voice is getting
218
dry.
is another photograph of that same handle. It's just more of an overview of the handle.
And if you want to glove up, Detective? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 219. What is Exhibit 219?
Exhibit 219 is the axe that I had collected from the garage.
And there's various stickers. One of these stickers says biohazard. Why is that on there?
There's a biohazard sticker on there, again, because of the reddish brown staining. The reddish brown staining that is on the axe is human blood. I tested it with the phenolphthalein test, the presumptive positive. I then followed with the hexagon OBTI test to determine if it's human blood or not. And the test came back positive for human blood.
Deputy, would you please open up Exhibit 219?
The way my sister-in-law says axe, she's from Long Island. She says axe too. He's like, go axe your brother. I don't want to axe my brother. I love him.
And before you take it out, does Exhibit 219 appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It is, however, there's a lot of purple dye staining that is on there.
Sure, from fingerprint testing.
That would be consistent with testing for fingerprints.
At this point, and it was sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for a plethora of tests.
Yes, it was.
All right. I would move Exhibit 219 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
All right. Deputy, could you please pick up Exhibit 219 and maybe walk back and forth besides the jury and show them Exhibit 219?
I like the judge. It is received. It's like a game show or something. Come on down. Maury.
All right. If you would just put 219 back into the box. Thank you, sir. Exhibit 223. Could you describe Exhibit 223?
Exhibit 223 is, again, a photograph in that same area where the axe was. It's depicting the boards that are all standing on edge and leaning up against the interior side of the west wall of the garage.
How would you describe Exhibit 224?
Exhibit 224 is referred to as a bow saw, or handle for a bow saw that is behind the boards. This would have been just to the south of where the axe was, or to the left in the previous photograph.
And it's kind of behind some boards.
Yes, it is.
How would you describe Exhibit 225?
Exhibit 225 is the one end of the bow saw. When I say it's a bow saw, it would normally have a saw blade attached. However, the saw blade on this particular bow saw is absent. However, there is a small fragment or a piece of a broken saw that is attached to the end of the bow saw, and that would be in the area where that silver round button looking area is.
Okay. If you want to put on some gloves, the big one.
Thank you for saying it nicer.
Deputy, I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 226. From the stickers, can you describe what 226 is?
226 is the broken blade section in the bow saw under evidence ID number 42202.
Okay. Could you please open and visually examine 226, please? And does 226 appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you or a member of your team collected it?
It does, however, the end of the saw blade is no longer attached to the end of it.
Is it in a separate container? Okay, and again, that was sent for fracture match at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This time I would move Exhibit 226 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And Deputy, if you could display at least the major part of that saw to the jury, or both parts, yeah, to the jury. Deputy, as you return Exhibit 226, do you see a brand name on it?
I do.
What is the brand name?
It is Craftsman.
Does it have any other markings or brand?
It has, what would be a number, and then it has the, another number of 21IN bolt saw, indicative of 21-inch bolt saw.
And is there any marking or brand name on the blade part? Okay.
Judge, can we approach just briefly?
Sure.
You may continue.
Just want to repackage 226. I'm going to leave this for a further question later. Thank you, Deputy. I'll put it on the table in a minute. Exhibit 220. How would you describe Exhibit 220?
Exhibit 220 is a photograph of a Craftsman rolling tool chest that is against the north wall of the garage on the interior side, nearest to the northwest corner.
How would you describe Exhibit 221?
This is a drawer that is in the lower section of the rolling toolbox that I had opened and photographed.
And exhibit, well, it's the same exhibit number, it just has the added circle, so 221. It appears to be zoomed in. What would you describe there?
This is a handle for a all-way handsaw with two saw blades that are linked together with a metal wire of some sort.
Okay. And in that circled area, can you read a brand name for that blade?
I can see the all-way saw, but I cannot see the brand on the blade itself.
I'm sorry, I meant the saw. The Allway was the brand name?
That's what I see, yes.
I'm going to show you, Deputy, what's already been marked and received as Exhibit 140. This was a tool found at the Irwin Road property. Could you please open up 140? And can you look at that saw and tell me what brand that tool is?
This is a all-way manufacturing company. This cast into the metal panel.
So same brand at the farm, this tool, as the one in the Craftsman toolbox at the 4595 Oak Springs address.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you want to put 140 back? Thank you. Exhibit 13, moving on from the garage. What room is this?
This is the family room that is on the lower level. This is the same level that the office is on. And the stairs that are depicted in the right side of the image ascend up to the main level or to the kitchen.
Could you please describe Exhibit 14?
Exhibit 14 is a overview of the family room. There's the table with the chairs. There's a fan on the table. There's a lamp on the table. There's a neck brace on the table. And in the background, you can see the stone fireplace.
Exhibit 240.
Exhibit.
Let me just ask you a question about those items on the table. Were they there when you first entered the home, or were those items that the police placed there?
This is a photograph of how we found the table at the residence prior to any work being done.
So the fan was there next to the fireplace?
On the table, correct.
Please explain Exhibit 228.
Exhibit 228 is a photograph. It's an overall photograph of the stone fireplace. We can see the fireplace insert, if you will, that is in the middle. That's the black rectangular framing that has double bifold glass doors on it. To the left, there's a storage area for kindling type wood with a bin.
Exhibit 229, what is Exhibit 229?
Exhibit 229 is a pair of work type gloves.
And again, those were there when you arrived on scene?
Correct. This is a photograph of how we found it.
How would you describe Exhibit 230?
Exhibit 230 is a photograph of the fireplace enclosure. Now, this fireplace is not a gas fireplace. This is a wood burning fireplace. There are bifold doors on the front. We can see that there are 3 of the 4 panes of glass that are in place. The 4th pane of glass is absent. And if we look at the lower edge of the frame on the left side, we can see a portion of the glass that would normally be in that position.
Please explain Exhibit 231.
Exhibit 231 is a photograph of the same fireplace. And we can see again in the area where the glass should be, there are portions of glass still remaining. We can see that above that on the trim that for the glass enclosure, that there's a silver bare metal essentially where the paint has bubbled up and there is a disruption on that surface.
I actually am going to go back a couple of slides. In Exhibit 240 of the items on the table, is there also a measuring tape on that table?
There is a measuring tape.
It also appears to be some hand sanitizer.
There's a hand sanitizer, and I believe there is a Target bag on the far right side.
Maybe a bottle of Advil and some sort of Star Wars memorabilia.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. 232. Could you please describe Exhibit 232?
Exhibit 232 is a photograph of the far right side or the south side of the glass enclosure. This is on the family room side or the non-fire side. It's showing the glass and streaks that are on the glass.
Do you have any thoughts as to what caused those streaks?
Objection, speculation.
I think you said foundation. Sustained, you can lay foundation if you,
Sure.
if you wish.
Detective Leatherberry, have you been taught through your various trainings as a crime scene unit investigator, have you had some trainings pertaining to fire or arson?
Yes, I have. I've attended the Dane County Arson Response Initiative training and received training in fire investigations.
Additionally, have you had any training on crime scene cleanup? Or how to process potential cleanup scenarios as you process a scene that a suspect may have left behind?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Based on those training and your experience, do you have any ideas as to what caused the streaking?
It appears that an object was dragged across that surface in an attempt to clean that surface.
There appears to be a residue. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, this appears to be a smear is actually what it appears to be.
Could you describe at all what that residue, was it dry, oily, something else?
I really can't get into that because I did not do any further examinations of that.
Okay, fair enough. Exhibit 236. Could you please describe Exhibit 236?
Exhibit 236 is the middle portion of the glass that remains intact. That would be in the middle of the photograph. And we can see that there is a cloudy substance or smearing on the glass surface itself. And in the background, we can see the metal grate that is on the base of the fireplace.
Exhibit 233. What are we seeing here?
This is a photograph, a close-up photograph of the lower left portion or the north side of the fireplace enclosure. What we see here is portions of the tempered glass that still remain within the door.
And Deputy, as you examined this fireplace, both around it and inside of it, did you find glass either on the outside of it or inside of it?
There were some small pieces of glass on the interior side of the fireplace itself.
And Exhibit 234, what is the jury seeing there?
This is a photograph of the bifolding door on the north end of the fireplace enclosure. What we can see here is that the frame is still intact. There's the absence of the one piece of glass that has been broken out, and the one pane of glass is present.
And this might just be the angle of the photo, but could the door still close? It almost looks like it's off track.
Yes, the door still closed.
Okay. 241, what is the jury seeing in 241?
In 251, we are seeing the area above the glass doors that is part of the enclosure. And what we're seeing here is the paint. There's the discoloration to the paint, and there's actually bubbling that has occurred.
Any educated guesses as to what caused the bubbling?
Yes. High temperature causes the bubbling of the coating that is on that material.
Could you please describe Exhibit 242?
Exhibit 242 is a photograph of the same enclosure. Again, this is the far left side if you're looking at it, or the north, and this is above the area where the glass was broken out. What we see here is the different layers. We have the layer of coating in the area of evidence marker letter L, and then we can see some bubbling to the paint as we move further to the right in this image. And as we continue, we can see that it is actually burned away from the metal material itself and has exposed the raw metal.
And that's what you see all the way on the right side?
That is correct.
Exhibit 235, what is the jury seeing?
Exhibit 235 is a photograph with the doors open, allowing us to see into the fireplace, firebox. We can see that there is a metal grate. There are 2 logs situated from left to right, or north and south. There is some unburnt newsprint paper material. There is a chain and a cable on the right side of the image that is for the damper. And below the fireplace grate is a ash cleanout door.
And what is an ash cleanout door?
It's an area where the ash can be deposited and swept into when cleaning the fireplace out.
Exhibit 237?
Exhibit 237 is the photograph. It's a close-up photograph of the previous image that was depicted. What we can see in this image, and drew my attention, was the different discolorations on the grate itself. When we look at the grate, we can see that there are areas that are more gray or light in color. And then we see areas that are more dark, or they have a wet appearance to them. When I had seen this, I knew that there was something more burnt in this fireplace other than just wood burning materials and newsprint. And I elicited the help of the ATF and the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations Arson Response Unit to assist.
And did they in fact come to assist?
Yes, they came out on 2 occasions. They came out to do an evaluation to determine if this is something that they would be able to assist with. Special Agent Boswell from the DCI is a certified fire investigator with the State Fire Marshal's Office, which is a division of the Criminal Investigations Unit, as is William Fulton. He's with the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. He is also a certified fire investigator. I am not a certified fire investigator, but I knew enough that I needed to call for some help and get some assistance from the subject matter experts.
Exhibit 238, what are we seeing on Exhibit 238?
Again, this is the same fireplace grate. As we look to the far right, We can see the end of the chain hanging down. That's the damper that controls the flue, if you will. We can see the fireplace grate, the dark staining, and the wood log that's in there, the brown and white wood log that is situated in the fireplace grate.
Exhibit 239, what is the jury seeing?
Exhibit 239 is a photograph, it's a close-up photograph of the two logs that are situated in the grate. And we also can see the unburnt newsprint. If we look in the center of the image, we see a dark colored object. That is burnt wood that has been placed on top of the unburnt newsprint. And if we look closer to the black burnt charred wood, there's a white object on that piece of wood. That white object is later determined to be human bone.
And that determination was made by the forensic anthropologist?
Yes, Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto.
Looking at the wood, the newspaper, the bone, did you guys look at the date at all on that newspaper?
We did, and we photographed the dates of all of those. I cannot recall what those dates are.
All right. Stay tuned. All right. Exhibit 310. What is the jury seeing here?
Exhibit 310 is showing a photograph of the same fireplace. However, this was done, taken after additional chemical processing had been done within the house, as we can depict the two evidence markers on the fireplace hearth, letter O and letter B is what I believe.
Now, Exhibit 243, this starts to have placards in it.
Yes, it does.
And obviously, your department placed them there.
I placed them there.
Okay. Tell us about Exhibit 243.
Exhibit 243 is a photograph depicting evidence markers with alpha markers next to them. These are depicting individual stains of blood that I located on the dark tar-like floor. You can also see that there is a marker on the hearth, letter B, that is also from a reddish-brown stain that tested positive for blood.
Exhibit 244, please describe.
Again, this is evidence marker letter B. This is on the fireplace hearth. It is on the grout. It's within the grout that is between the two large hearth stones, and it's indicating a reddish-brown stain.
Exhibit 312.
Exhibit 312 is a photograph of the same hearth. Letter B is referenced in the previous image. If we look in this image, we see that the letter N, which is on the floor, and the letter O is placed on the hearth. Those are markers were placed there after chemical testing was done.
Exhibit 311.
Exhibit 311, again, is the same fireplace hearth. We can see the evidence markers FEDCIN on the floor and the letter O and the letter B on the fireplace hearth.
Exhibit 245.
Exhibit 245 is a close-up photograph of the reddish-brown stain next to evidence marker letter B. It is directly below the line in the middle that is the 1 centimeter line.
And I see pointed out on these, on your placards, it also says which room. So this one says family.
That is correct.
I believe we saw one earlier that was B, but it said laundry.
That is correct.
So you use the same letters, but you indicate which room.
We had to because of the number of items of evidence. We would have gotten into double lettering, and for ease of identification, we decided to label them with the numerical marker or the alpha marker for whichever room that we were in.
What does Exhibit 246 show?
Exhibit 246, again, shows the same as the previous. It's a medium shot of the stains that were on the floor.
And I'm not going to have you open these, so up to you if you want to glove up or not. Deputy, I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 249. Is your office's identification sticker also on Exhibit 249?
It is.
And what is Exhibit 249?
Exhibit 249 is 7 swabs that I collected from the floor of the family room, letters B through H.
And how did you take these swabs?
The swabs were collected individually. So a swab is basically a cotton Q-tip with an applicator on one end. It has a wooden shaft. They're approximately 6 inches long. We apply a single drop of sterile water to the tip of the swab, and with the tip of the swab, we place it into whatever material we're attempting to collect onto the tip of that swab. Once we collect that swab, it is then placed into a slide box. Now, a slide box is consistent with that, like a matchbox. It's placed into the slide box, and then it is sealed up.
And does Exhibit 249 also have a sticker from the crime lab?
Yes, it does. It has the M21, which indicates the Madison lab for the year of 2021, and the case number is 1575.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 249 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Deputy, I'll have you look at Exhibit 250. Please describe Exhibit 250.
Exhibit 250 are individual swabs of the stains next to evidence marker letter N and evidence marker letter O. These stains were identified when the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory responded with their field response unit to utilize luminol. Now, luminol is a chemical that we utilize to spray, is a liquid form that we spray onto hard surfaces. And what we're looking for is blood stains that are appear to have been cleaned up, or stains that have been cleaned up but are not visible to the naked eye. Just because a blood stain is wiped from a surface, it doesn't mean it's gone. There could be trace amounts still on that surface, and they will be represented as a fluorescent blue-colored glow when you apply the luminol. Luminol is done in the hours of darkness or when we can make the room completely dark, and it will fluoresce when it reacts with the blood. These two stains are stains that reacted with the blood but were not seen by me when I was doing my examination and found all the other stains.
And specifically, was it Nick Stulke from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab who did the luminol?
Yes, Nick Stulke and his team with John Ertl as an assistant, and the 2 photographers assisted with the process.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 250 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Oh, sure.
Deputy, you're now going to be approached with a blow-up of a photograph. It is Exhibit 556. Could you please identify Exhibit 556?
Again, this is a photograph that I had taken of the fireplace. This shows the fireplace hearth with the alpha letters, of O and B on the hearth. And then it shows the additional letters that are on the floor.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 556 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
Bill, do you just want to maybe walk it in front of the jury so folks over on this side can see? Okay. All right, now back to your little screen. Exhibit 251. How would you describe Exhibit 251?
Exhibit 251 is a photograph of an open freezer that was located in the basement. Now, this freezer is against the west wall of the basement, if you will, and it is adjacent to the stairs that descend from the office area.
And this basement, how would you describe the basement in general? Is it one big room, kind of two little rooms, something else?
As you descend down the stairs and you're facing to the east, there's a wall, a cinder block wall that runs down the middle of the basement from east to west. It separates the north side of the basement and the south side of the basement. There's wood framing that extends from the west end of the wall that continues to the west. The cinder block wall at the east end intersects with the foundation of the basement itself.
Exhibit 252.
Exhibit 252 shows the same freezer. Then we can see that it is open. To the left of the freezer is a upright freezer. We can see the gray door with the silver handle. Beyond the freezer, there is a rolling baker's rack type shelving that has, for the lack of better terms, the COVID supplies. There's all kinds of supplies on that rack that has been stocked up. And to the right of the image, we can see the cement stairs that ascend up to the office level and family room level.
Exhibit 253. What is it appears in Exhibit 253?
Exhibit 253, we can see inside of the freezer itself. We can see that there is
Flash.
nothing inside of the freezer. We can see that there's indentations in the base of the freezer. We can see in the lower portion of the freezer that is nearest to the photographer, which was myself, a raised white portion for a drain.
And why did you become, obviously you took several pictures of this freezer. Why did you do that?
Quite frankly, it was out of place. It's up against the area where the supplies were, so it was in the way. It also was standing open, which I didn't think was normal. When I discovered this, I was not made aware of this. Again, we talked about briefing and talking with detectives, and information that I had received was that detectives and patrol deputies had previously been to the residence for when Chandler reported his parents missing. And during that time, they were in the house. And I couldn't think for a good reason why somebody would forget to tell me about a freezer that was in the basement. So I placed a phone call to Detective Sims and asked about the freezer, of why that freezer was in the basement, and it was not. She told me it was not there when they were there on their walkthrough. So again, that drew more attention. We have a freezer that just is out of place. The lid is open, and it was not in that same location when the detectives and deputies were there when the missing persons report was filed.
Obviously, it appears empty in this picture. Was there any food in it that you had to remove?
No, this is the condition that it was in. I also noted that it was very, very clean. I also observed that there was a drain, which we cannot see in this particular image, but looking down inside, it would be the lower left corner of this image. And it appeared to have a liquid-like substance in it.
Exhibit 254. Can you see that drain in Exhibit 254?
Yes, this is a better representation of what I just described. The gray drain for the freezer is located in the lower left portion of this freezer. We can see that there is not a plug in place on the interior side, and neither was there a plug in place on the exterior.
What, if anything, did you do concerning that drain?
I took a swab of the drain and tested it with phenolphthalein, and I received a presumptive positive with phenolphthalein for the presence of blood. I then followed it with the hexagon OBTI test. The hexagon OBTI test, as I explained earlier, is for the presence of human blood, and it indicated that for the presence of human blood that there was human blood present.
So, for example, just to try to explain it, if you had steak that was bloody and went into that drain, that wouldn't result in a positive with your second test.
It absolutely would not.
Human blood is what tests positive.
Correct.
Deputy, I'm approaching you with Exhibit 374. Can you look at Exhibit 374? How would you describe it?
This is a swab of the blood from the freezer drain that I had taken. And this also has been submitted to the state crime laboratory for analysis.
Also has the biohazard sticker?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 374 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
All right. Exhibit 255. How would you describe Exhibit 255?
Again, Exhibit 255 is again showing that same freezer. Now we have the reference of the stairs to the right side that ascend up to the office/family room level. We can see the freezer, the chest type freezer that is open, as well as the upright freezer and the north cinder block wall of the basement foundation.
One more question about that chest freezer. Was it plugged in?
No, it was not.
How about the upright freezer? Was it plugged in?
Yes, the upright freezer was plugged in, and when I had opened it, the contents inside of that freezer were cold.
And those contents were food?
There were all kinds of food in there, yes.
Exhibit 256, how would you describe Exhibit 256?
Exhibit 256 is a photograph of one of the shelves that was behind the freezer, which would have been essentially between the freezer and the west wall of the basement on the south half, if you will. In this photograph, we can see that there's a couple bottles of Tide, a couple bottles of Dawn. There's a brown bottle with a white cap, and I noted that the seal was broken on that cap.
So what'd you do?
I picked it up to determine what it was after photographing it, and it is a empty bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
And I am going to have you open this one, so I don't know if you want a glove and mask up or not, but. Could you please look at the stickers on Exhibit 282 when you have a moment? And what do you believe Exhibit 282 is?
Exhibit 282 is the bottle of hydrogen peroxide that I collected from the basement. It was on the south side. It was on the shelf that was previously in the photograph.
Could you please open and visually inspect Exhibit 282? And is that the bottle of peroxide you collected?
Yes, it is.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 282 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, why in the world did you collect a bottle of common peroxide?
Well, there's a couple of reasons why I collected the bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Number one is it was out of place. We have a storage shelf that has stored supplies, and they're in great quantities. But there's a empty bottle of hydrogen peroxide that just did not fit. In addition, my experience in working with the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office, I attend autopsies, and one of the products that they utilize to neutralize and clean up blood if they were to get it on some paperwork is hydrogen peroxide.
Does hydrogen peroxide have any smell?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Unlike cleaners such as bleach.
It definitely does not smell like bleach.
Exhibit 257, what do you observe there?
Exhibit 257 is a bottle of hand cleaner, the distilled water, and then it appears to be a void area.
What is Exhibit 258?
This is a photograph of the south wall of the basement on the south side. This is the foundation wall, and there are a series of storage shelves on the north side of that wall. They are the black shelving units. And we can see that they're neatly organized with translucent totes and boxes.
Exhibit 259, what is that display?
Exhibit 259 displays a yellow roll of duct tape that I observed that was on the shelf on top of one of the translucent bins as we see in this photograph.
Exhibit 260.
This is a close-up photograph that I took of the yellow duct tape. We can see here that the cut end of the duct tape is visible.
And again, 261.
Is another photograph of the cut end of the duct tape.
When you're taking all these pictures of the yellow duct tape, were you aware of a garbage bin that was collected for evidence at the Irwin Road property?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware of the fact that some yellow duct tape was found in that garbage bin?
I saw the yellow duct tape inside that bin, and this yellow duct tape, again, it jumped out at me because it was consistent in appearance and color. And I definitely knew that this was an important piece of evidence that needed to be collected.
So did you collect it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Deputy, what has been marked as Exhibit 283. How would you describe Exhibit 283?
Exhibit 283 is the yellow roll of duct tape that was collected by myself.
Okay.
It also has crime laboratory markings for the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, item H and H1. What is different about the tape at this point is that the tag end of the tape has been pulled off of the roll and appears to have been affixed to a clear piece of acetate. Now, this would be consistent with something that we would that would be done at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory when we asked them to do a fracture match. Again, we submit this to the subject matter experts who are trained in making comparisons, and they can take the
This is Chandler Halderson.
sample from the garbage bin, if you will, and attempt to fracture match it back to a known standard, and that being this roll of tape that was at the scene.
To put it crudely, they can tell you whether or not it's like two puzzle pieces, whether they fit together or not.
That is a very good explanation of it, yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 283 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
What does Exhibit 262 display?
Exhibit 262 is a photograph in the basement. This is a photograph, I believe, of the north wall of the basement. What we see in this photograph is a window that is actually, you can't see the window, it's covered with the towels that have been hung to prevent light coming into the basement.
And did police hang these up when they luminoled, or were these already there when you arrived?
No, we did not. These were already there when we arrived. This is a photograph of how it was when we initially saw the scene.
And Exhibit 263?
This is again a photograph of the window covering. In this photograph, we can see that a blue clamp has been used to cover the window and attached basically the blanket to the floor joist ceiling supports.
264. Could you please describe this image?
264, we can see the west wall of the basement. Now, it's hard to see, but at the very left side, you can see a yellow stripe. Just to the left of that, that would be where the stairs are that ascend up to the office or the family room level. What we see here is the cinder block wall. There's a wood bench that is blue in color. There's a butcher block style workbench top that is in the foreground. To the left of that, we can see a floor safe. We can see a gray tote bin on top of that.
And the floor safe, just to make sure the jury is focused on is on the lower left-hand corner.
Correct. It is the gray safe, and you can see the evidence marker letter C is on that safe.
Exhibit 268, how would you describe Exhibit 268?
Exhibit 268 is a photograph, medium shot of the left side of the workbench. In the far left, we can see the stairs that ascend up to the basement level. We can see there are evidence placards, letter A, B, C, the letter G, and the letter F.
Exhibit 269, please describe that for the jury.
Exhibit 269 is the floor safe with the evidence marker letter C on it. We can see above the letter C and to the right that there are round circles. Those round circles are blood stains. They were observed as reddish-brown stains by Deputy Jim Plenty and myself. Deputy Jim Plenty and I determined that we would collect the stains individually. I sampled a portion of the stain that is above the letter C and tested that with phenolphthalein, and it confirmed that it was present for blood. I again followed with the second and subsequent test, the hexagon OBTI test. That hexagon OBTI test was positive for the presence of human blood. The remainder of the stains on that were not tested, they were simply collected.
And why is that?
Because they're in the same general area. Again, we talked about the most probative value in submitting items to the state crime laboratory because of the limitations that we have in submitting items. This is a screening process that we utilize so we can submit the evidence with the best value, and knowing that there was blood on that surface and it was human blood, we did not need to continue testing additional stains. We were confident that additional stains could be sent out and tested by the crime lab.
Do you ever, because of the size of a stain or sample, have to make choices as to which test you do or what you do with the sample?
Absolutely. We can never consume a sample. That means when I do a test with phenolphthalein, I cannot utilize the entire sample because I'm only testing to do.
Dang it. I keep talking while I'm muted. I'll have to look into that case flash. I put a community post up, a poll for the next trials of the past. There's four cases, 2 of them from Florida, 1 from Michigan, 1 from California. The one from California is a really old one. Belle, I just unmuted. Why are you yelling at me now? I just fed you. Did you eat? Anyway, check out the poll.
Determine if it's blood. If I utilize that entire sample, there is nothing left to send to the lab. I then have to make that same determination if there's enough sample left to be able to do the hexagon OBTI test. And doing the hexagon OBTI test, it simply tells me if it's human or non-human. It does not tell me whose blood it is. Again, I cannot consume that entire sample. There has to be sample remaining to be able to be sent to the crime lab.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 373. Can you please review the labels of Exhibit 373 and tell us what it is?
These are the 7 swabs that I collected from the face of the safe that was in the photographs previously. There's listed as swabs NS, so meaning north side of the basement, and they're swabs C1 through 7.
And is there also a sticker on that, on Exhibit 373 from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, this item was submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab under case number M21-1575, and the item number or letter designation is Y as in young. There are additional stickers that are applied by the crime lab, and they appear to be Y1 through Y7.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 373 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, moving on. Can you please describe Exhibit 270?
Exhibit 270 is a photograph taken in the basement. Again, we're on the north side of the basement. This would be in the northwest corner of the basement. We can see a refrigerator to the right. There is a bicycle in the background. There are alpha markers, the letter D and letter E, that are on the floor.
And what D and E, what are those denoting?
I believe letter E is a bullet fragment.
Showing you Exhibit 272. What does Exhibit 272 show?
Exhibit 272, we can see a gray piece of metal that has staining on it. And when we look at this, we can see that there's no uniformity to it. It is consistent with a projectile.
Projectile. Is that a fancy word for bullet?
But that is the portion of the bullet. The bullet is made up of the casing, powder, a primer, and then the projectile itself that is propelled from the firearm. So this is a bullet from a firearm.
Down towards the bottom right, is there anything, an
Yes,
additional metal
it's on the
fragment?
edge of the screen. There's an additional small fragment.
Okay. So there's 2 metal fragments.
That is correct.
Deputy, I'm now going to show you Exhibits 285 and 286. I'm actually probably going to have you open these up. So just while you're gloving up, what does the label of Exhibit 285 seem to be per your office's label?
The Exhibit 285 is a metal fragment from the basement floor that was next to evidence marker letter E. It is under evidence ID number 41873. This also was submitted to the Wisconsin State Laboratory, Crime Laboratory. It has their case number with the evidence subdesignator that they utilize of L and L2.
All right, and I'll have you, and it also has a biohazard sticker.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Ask you to open up Exhibit 285.
Marty, are you watching? You don't have that tab right there? It says visit community. There's Judy's snow from this morning. There's Terry's pumpkin that she carved. There's my Minnie Mouse blanket that I crocheted. Or another way to do it, if you don't have that, is you can click on posts. And it's there. I think when you click on posts, it's just the ones that I've done. But if you click on post, then you should get the one that says visit community under there too.
This time I'd move Exhibit 285 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Could you walk it slowly in front of the jury, please, so they can observe it? Exhibit 285. Do you want to place it back in the box? I'll give you a chance to change your gloves and all. And what is Exhibit 286 according to the label from your department?
Exhibit 286 is the metal fragment from the basement floor that was found near evidence marker letter E. It is affixed with evidence ID number 41874.
And does it also have Wisconsin State Crime Lab stickers?
Yes, it does. It has the State Crime Lab case number, as well as a sub-designator letter M as in Mary.
I'd ask that you open it up at this time. And I would move Exhibit 286 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received, and it may be published.
And it appears to be in what I would describe as a small test tube. Is that fair, or what would you call it?
Like a small plastic cup.
Okay. Could you please walk that by the jury?
No, Marty.
And Deputy, as you package that up, when you discovered 285 and 286, did you know that they were part of a projectile or bullet?
At that point, I did not know they were. They were consistent in appearance with that of a projectile. But again, you submit them to the state crime laboratory, to their subject matter experts for further evaluation.
Exhibit 273, what are we observing?
I'm sorry, you said 273?
Yes, I believe that's the.
Exhibit 273 is a photograph that was taken of the workbench. And in this photograph, we can see on the bottom left portion, a portion of that floor safe and that tote bin that we previously saw in the overall image that when we were looking to the west. We can see a blue bench and on the shelf of the bench, there is a spent fire extinguisher.
Judge, this might be a good time to take a break. The next couple of slides are going to involve a lot of exhibits.
I see no reason to disagree. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 10 minutes at this point in time. Randy.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will ask you, as I have at every occasion, whether anyone was exposed to any information, media, news reporting, participated in any discussions inadvertently or intentionally, or sought any information regarding the case. I see no hands. Thank you very much. We're set to begin. The state can call its next witness, please.
The state calls Stephen Greiber to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference, if you could.
All right.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Greiber, S-T-E-V-E-N-G-R-E-I-B as in boy, E-R.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
Why is my
Law
picture
enforcement.
frozen?
In what
I'm not
capacity were you
sitting
in law
like that
enforcement?
right now.
I was an investigator or detective
I'm not sitting like
for
that
most of
right
my
now.
years.
I'm
I'll
frozen.
say that I was a law enforcement officer.
My picture's
And full
frozen.
transparency, at times you and I have worked together.
That's
in our
not how I'm
careers.
sitting right
Yes.
now.
Where at?
At the Dane County District Attorney's Office,
And how long were you? How long were you at the district attorney's office?
12 years.
Fair to say, since you retired, unfortunately, we haven't kept in contact or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where do you live, sir, in relation to Bart and Krista Halderson?
I live directly across the street. If Our houses are almost like a mirror image of each other. Going out my driveway, across the street, I'd go into their driveway. So our garages face each other and the front of our houses face each other.
In the early part to the mid part of July of last year, was there some significant police presence in your neighborhood?
Yes,
And was that for an ongoing period of time?
yes.
At some point, did you talk to a police officer about something you perhaps noticed or remembered from July 1st of 2021?
Yes, I did.
Just first of all, if you could set the stage, what were you doing that day, July 1st?
Well, July 1st, initially, I had been up I have a garden that's away from my property. It's relatively large, a vegetable garden. So I'd been up there most of the day. And then later in the day, my granddaughter had a softball game. So I had attended that softball game, which was like around 6 o'clock in the evening.
What happened when you arrived home?
So when I came home,
Who is this person? Marty distracted me. Actually, my frozen picture distracted me, and Marty distracted me. Who is this person? Shame on you, Marty.
which had probably been an hour later, about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere in there. But I had previously harvested some radishes out of my garden and had them in a 5-gallon pail, so I had taken them out into my front driveway and had cleaned them up, just cutting off the excess leaves and stuff like that. But I had sat in a park bench that I have sitting in my driveway that's sitting between the 2 garage doors, because I have a 3-bay garage door, or garage.
About what time in the day were you out in your lawn clean, or the driveway there cleaning the radishes?
It was probably about 7 o'clock-ish, somewhere around that time.
Okay. And what did you notice around that time that caught your attention?
Well, what caught my attention was while I was there doing that for a period of time, all of a sudden I could detect a strong odor just of burning wood. And so I thought someone maybe had a fireplace or I should say a fire pit or something outside going. They're just burning some firewood. But about 5 minutes or so later, all of a sudden that odor of burning wood became a distinct odor that was more like in the line of what I thought someone was like barbecuing a large pork, like in one of these large barbecue pits or whatever that can hold a whole pork.
Okay. And how long did that smell persist in your neighborhood?
Well, for the remainder of the time I was outside, it was present, kind of became real strong, kind of like a pungent smell, to the point that I actually walked down my driveway half the distance and kind of looked up and down the street to see if anybody was doing anything like grilling or something else was going on, and I didn't see anything at that point.
Okay. If you had to guess, or if you had to estimate distance-wise from the location you are to the Halderson home, about how far away is it?
About maybe 100 to 130 feet.
And you have that observation that day. You're not here to say exactly what that smell was, right?
Other than it smelled to me like, yeah, it was something burning of a meat or fats or something.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
The state calls Colin Lynch to the stand. You're gonna follow that executive there.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
He's got the right kind of mask on too. Bunch of these people don't have the right kind of
Colin
mask
Lynch,
on.
COLINLYNCH,
And Mr. Lynch, whereabouts do you live?
7022 Bridgman Road.
And what municipality?
Windsor?
Did you know someone named Bart Halderson?
Yes.
How did you know Bart Halderson?
Neighbor, and we're both commissioners on Lake District.
Sure. I'm gonna have you pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's hard to hear in this room. You say you're both commissioners on a lake district?
Yes, it's a special tax district that acquires funds for the management of the pond that we live on.
Sure. You both back up to the pond?
Yeah, correct.
In relation to Mr. Halderson's house, were you aware of where Bart Halderson lived?
Yes.
Where was your house in relation to his house?
Directly behind him across the pond.
Okay, so if you looked across the pond, you'd see Bart Halderson's house.
You're correct.
Okay. Sir, back in July of 2021, did you have any security cameras at your house?
July 2021, yes.
What type of security system, or how many cameras did you have at your home?
A total of 13.
Did some of them face the front of your house?
Yes.
And did at least one of them face the rear of your house?
Rearward, yeah.
Okay. And does that camera look toward the pond in some respects?
Yes, the pond is in the images above the ground.
Sure. So what was the purpose of that camera when you installed it? Was it to look at the pond or was it to look at something else?
Oh, I had planned when I installed the cameras, I had planned on putting in a pool, and there's terribly risky, terrifying things. And so one of the many reasons for installing cameras at the pool in the rear was the primary purpose of that.
In the mid part of July of last year, were the police having contact with you about your
Pools
security
are
cameras and
risky,
perhaps,
terrifying
them having,
things?
some footage that they thought was helpful?
Really?
Yes.
And did you provide full access to your security system at that time?
Yes.
In fact, at one point, they actually took your kind of the DVR from your home, did they not?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you later learn that they were particularly interested in maybe the rear camera of your house facing across the pond toward the Halderson house?
Roughly, yes.
And you fully comply with any testing they wanted to do during that time period?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked in this case is exhibit number 306. Let me just ask you, do you know what that is?
Yes, that's my camera 6, my property.
Okay. And is that kind of a screenshot?
That would be accurate, yes.
I'll move 306 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
So I think you testified, the deputies took your DVR system and they pulled footage off of it, but you're saying that 306 is at least a screenshot of what that rear camera maybe would have been looking at around that time?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll just move to publish quickly, 306. And you said you were planning to build a pool. Looks like you followed through with that, right?
Amazingly, yes.
Okay. Had no further part in analyzing the video or doing anything like that. That was the sheriff's deputies, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And did they return your DVR to you eventually?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
You may.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day. Thank you.
It sounds like the next witness is just on a different floor, so he's on his way up.
All right,
But
thank
we'll
you.
I'll sit here, I suppose, silently for a minute.
Very good. Actually, it's a good point for me to let the jury know that I have a matter on my calendar at 11:45 that I have to address. Although I can be a little bit later, a little bit early. It depends upon where we are in our process, but I'm hoping that the calendar at 11:45.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a sheriff's deputy with the Dane County Sheriff's Office in Madison.
Any particular area?
Yeah, I work in our Support Services Division. And in the Support Services Division, I have a number of duties assigned to me. I conduct covert surveillance when we are looking for criminal suspects and their activities. I collect video evidence, audio evidence, image evidence. I participate in search warrants, not only of physical locations, but of devices looking for information. And I perform forensic image, audio, and video analysis.
Highlighting specifically forensic image and audio analysis, what specific training do you have in that field of study?
So in forensic video analysis, specifically, I've got over 1,400 hours of education and continuing education over the course of my career. I am a LEVA, that's L-E-V-A, Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association International Certified Forensic Video Analyst. And that's a certification that is an earned certification through proficiency testing and education, and an examination by a board of examiners of the work that I've conducted. I'm also certified by the International Association for Identification as a forensic video examiner. That is an earned certification that is achieved through successful completion of a technology examination. If you pass that, then you qualify for a practical examination where you're given media to examine and solve problems with that media. I have received certification through NATIA, N-A-T-I-A, that's the National Technical Investigators Association, as a technical investigator. And that is a certification that is earned through examination for your understanding of engineering and electronics as it relates to surveillance.
Are you at any point called upon to teach in these areas of expertise?
Yes, I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So LEVA is the organization through which I've earned most of my training. And over the time, they have invited me to be a contract instructor for them. So to date, I have over 2,000 hours of instruction around the world for them. I've been fortunate enough to teach across the United States to law enforcement, to crime lab personnel, private investigators, attorneys, throughout Canada, Hong Kong, Singapore, Sweden, Oman, the UK. There's been a lot of teaching opportunities for that. I've also been given the opportunity to guest lecture at UW-Platteville, at Gateway Technical College in Kenosha, Blackhawk Technical College in Janesville, the National Forensic Academy at the University of Tennessee, and Marshall University in West Virginia. I have taught forensic video analysis and ethics courses at Madison College. I think it was about 7 years. And I've taught a video evidence course at Fox Valley Technical College in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Aside from, and putting this case aside and what you did in this investigation, what types of video problems that do law enforcement have where maybe your expertise is called upon to help them solve? And I guess the better question is, what types of things would you get involved in to help maybe detectives or beat cops solve something they have with a video problem?
So the discipline that I'm trained in and that I perform is forensic video analysis. And that's defined as the scientific examination, comparison, and or evaluation of video and legal matters. The idea is that there should be a systematic and methodical approach to the analysis of data, and the data in this case would be a video, an image, or an audio file. Many times, all we can do as investigators is to just look cognitively at something and try to perceive what we can and make an assessment. The idea with forensic video analysis is that we want to try to get to beyond just a...
Did he got in trouble for making alcohol in prison with Fanta soda?
a recognition level of understanding, but actually to an identification where we can prove what the data shows through experiments. So forensic video analysis is one of the main duties that I have at the Sheriff's Department. Sometimes it's speed analysis. If there's a traffic fatality and we have video or audio or both of that or imagery, try to reconstruct speed or try to reconstruct locations. Sometimes I am tasked with recording statements of people accused of harming babies. So oftentimes a baby will be injured or killed, and then there's no real witnesses to it. And sometimes I will record the statement through a crime scene of somebody recounting the events prior to the baby being in distress. I video record homicide scenes. So in this case, I recorded the homicide scene. I conduct surveillance. I will sometimes do height analysis. So for bank robberies, serious cases, sometimes the question being asked is, how tall is this person? Can we possibly eliminate them as a suspect based on their perceived height? We can perceive height, but we also want to try to prove height, and that can be done in many instances with video. Reconstruction and recreation of events. I've done that a number of times in my career where we will try to recreate events. Today I'll talk a bit about some recreation through a process called reverse projection, where recently I worked a case where the question was, where was this camera when it took this video? And so it was an hours-long process of trying to locate in three-dimensional space where that camera was when it took the images that were involved in that investigation.
And you're wearing a badge, so I'll ask you, are you, in addition to all of that, are you also a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes, I've been a sheriff's deputy for 28 years.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 307. Can you tell us what that is?
This is my curriculum vitae.
And approximately how many pages is this?
Oh, I don't know, 25 pages.
And is that a summary of your training experience and perhaps some of your education as well?
It is.
All right, I'll move 307 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In this specific case, at some point were you asked to become involved regarding a video of a homeowner named Colin Lynch who lived on Bridgman Road, perhaps behind the Halderson residence, who had a video facing the rear of his property?
I was.
And did you talk to Mr. Lynch?
I did several times.
And initially, were you able to obtain that video from him?
I was.
How so?
Initially, a copy of the video was provided to me by Dane County Deputy Sheriff Michael Wilk. And as I was looking at the video, trying to assess what we had, what we didn't have, what the limitations were with the evidence that we had received, one of the questions that I often ask, especially in very serious cases such as this one, is do we have the purest form, the best evidence possible from that recorder, that DVR, called a digital video recorder. And so initially I worked with the copy that had been given to me. And then eventually I was able to get a video in a couple different formats from that DVR, and I could make an assessment in the laboratory if I had the purest form of what was there.
Sure. And we're going to look at your report, and I know there's a PowerPoint, and we're going to see some video here in a second. But before we do that, I want to ask you, at the time you were performing this work, were you involved in other aspects of the investigation into the deaths of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes, I was.
And just to summarize for the jury so they know maybe what was in your mind while performing some of this work, what you knew around the time that you started performing this work about the investigation.
When the events unfolded at the Halderson residence, I was out of town on personal business. And I believe it was on July 9th, I was contacted by my supervisor. He was then a lieutenant. His name was Matthew Carls, K-A-R-L-S. And he informed me that the Haldersons had disappeared initially and that it was turning into a homicide investigation. And I had also noticed that while I was out of town, just checking news headlines online. So I knew when I came back to work that we were going to be in what we call major case mode, where all resources are devoted to the investigation of the crimes. So I knew that body parts had been found prior to my involvement with the case. And if I remember correctly, an arrest had been made just prior to me getting involved in the case as well. I was shown a couple of photographs of the inside of the Halderson residence. I was informed that it appeared to have been a fire in and around the fireplace in the lower level of the family room at the house. And I was informed that no bodies were found. Typically in our homicides, we find bodies right there, and in this case, that wasn't the situation.
And you produced a report in this case, did you not?
I did.
It's a somewhat extensive report, but I'll provide it to you. I've marked in this case exhibit number 313. Would you absolutely take a drink of water and then take a look at that and let me know, is that your report that you've produced in this case?
Yes, this is my report.
Approximately how many pages is that?
When printed, this report is 36 pages.
And does that summarize your findings into this investigation?
Yes, it does.
I'll move 313 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I'll show you 308. What does that appear to be?
This is a thumb drive, and it's labeled Kuhn's Light Analysis PowerPoint.
And if you produced a PowerPoint in this case to display to the jury, perhaps what's in your report in a more easy to understand fashion.
Yes, I did.
All right, I'll move 308 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
I'll move to publish.
You may.
So as we're queuing this up, I have a couple questions for you. What was the question you were trying to answer in this report? What was the question at hand?
Well, when I initially got briefed on this case upon my return to Madison, I made contact with Deputy Sheriff Mike Wilk. He had been assigned to look at the video from 7022 Bridgman Road, Mr. Lynch's DVR video, and to catalog the series of events chronologically that he observed in the video. I've trained Mike Wilk in the past at Madison College, so I'm familiar with him and his work. And I said, Mike, let's meet. I just want you to show me what you see, what you don't see, and what your observations are. And he indicated to me that on the video, there was a flickering light that he believed was coming from the Halderson residence on the early morning hours of July 2nd, 2021. And I said, what do you believe that light to be? He said, I think it's a fire in that family room at the house. And I asked him why he believed that. And he said things that made sense to me. It's a flickering light. He had knowledge. He told me that there was a fireplace in that room. And I had not yet at that point been in the house. And I said, well, how do you know it's coming from that window? He said, well, I've looked at daytime video, and I think that's where it is. So I looked at that video, and not being familiar at that point with the residents, I thought he's probably right, but really it's a perception
That's all
thing.
hearsay.
He
Why aren't
perceived
they
it probably was
objecting?
that window. So the question I posed to him and to Detective Shunk and Sims is, I think we have an opportunity here with this video to not only perceive what we think was the source of that light, but to prove it. And so the question really was, where was that light coming from? Not what the source of the light was, but where in the Halderson residence was that coming from?
And so you talked a little bit about forensic video analysis, and you have a slide here. It says the scientific examination, comparison, and or evaluation of video in legal matters. That's perhaps a technical definition, but what's a layman's definition of what this is, what we're about to do?
Sure. So on slide 2 here, I've got the textbook definition of forensic video analysis, but the idea is that regardless of whether it's a liquor theft or a homicide, as an analyst, I should be clinically looking at the data, trying to understand what it can prove, what it cannot prove, what its limitations are, and how firm of a foundation do we have on the data that we're relying upon. If you don't have a forensic video analyst involved between the viewing of the video and the interpretation of the video, the interpretation could be skewed. I use the example sometimes of looking at WebMD. I may not feel well, and I could look at WebMD, and I could diagnose myself with all sorts of things. I might be right, I might be wrong, but I'm not qualified to say. The idea with forensic video analysis is that anybody can look at video, and sometimes we're right in what we perceive from those recordings, but a forensic video analyst is trained to set aside feelings and things that might be contextually bias-based and objectively look at the data and see what it might prove.
Sure. Why do we need you? Why can't I just go on my computer and just zoom in with my fingers and just make an educated guess? What do you add to the mix?
So what a forensic video analyst does is tries to make sure that if science can be applied appropriately And if it is the right thing to do in terms of can we answer a question? If there's a testable question, something we can quantify, height, speed, identification, in this case, identification, we should try to do that in a valid, repeatable, reproducible manner. So the idea there is that, can I do experiments over and over again and get the same or similar result? Also, can I hand off the data and my report to a like-trained analyst, and could they, without any knowledge of the case, work the data and get the same or similar result if their training and experience and tools are comparable?
Is it your belief and your testimony that your work in this case and in other cases where you perform forensic video and analysis can be replicated by other similarly trained people?
Absolutely.
And they, for all intents and purposes, should, if the work is done correctly or in the same way, would probably find exactly the same result?
They will get the same result.
The north side of the Halderson residence was in fact the area that you were concerned with, correct?
That is correct.
Here's a photograph.
Yay!
This photograph appears to be taken on July 22nd, 2021. Just a couple of questions. In this photograph, are we looking at
just a
essentially the
pile of
backyard
wood,
looking at the Halderson
jeez.
house?
That's correct. I took this photograph in the backyard at the Halderson residence.
And at your back, when you took this photograph, was that the pond?
Yes.
The windows are blacked out. Could you just, did law enforcement place that there, or was that like that when you arrived at the scene?
I was at the scene a number of times, in the house, around the house, a number of different occasions. And on July 22nd, when I was there, I spoke with Deputy Sheriff Greg Leatherberry. We worked hand in hand on crime scenes for many years. And he said, by the way, he said the lower level windows in this tri-level house have a black canvas or covering over the windows. And he just wanted to make sure I was aware of that. He asked me if I needed to take those down for any reason. I said, no. You know, if we want privacy, we have to create it. And so in homicide investigations in particular, we try to cover up out of sensitivity to the victims and in trying to keep the investigation pure and keep prying eyes from looking into areas that they need not look. The windows, the two windows on the lower level in the center were covered, as well as the window on the right, which was the north garage window.
Okay, law enforcement placed that.
Law enforcement placed that on there.
Here you add some labels. What are we looking at there?
Yes, so to try to do the analysis of where the light source was coming from on the early morning hours of July 2nd, I just put annotations on this image to help familiarize people with what these windows represented. So the window on the far left is what I labeled dining room window number 1. It is in the dining room. The next one to the right is kitchen window number 2. That's the window above the kitchen sink. Kitchen door number 3 had a window in it. It was a walk-through door that went from near the pantry in the kitchen out onto a deck area. Fireplace window number 4, again, my terminology was the window closest to the fireplace in the lower level of the home. Number 5, family room door. That was a walk-through door in that same family room. To the right, TV window number 6. That was a window closest to a television, a flat-screen TV that was mounted on the wall, the west wall of that family room. And then finally, garage north window number 7. That was a small window that was on the north side of the garage.
And we're going to continue to use these labels as we go through your presentation, correct?
That's correct.
What is this?
So slide number 6 that you're looking at is from Google Maps. I've got the hyperlink there on the image. Part of my job involves certified drone operations, and typically in a case such as this, I would fly a drone and we would take pictures from the air to try to demonstrate from a bird's eye view what we have there. This location is not far from the Dane County Regional Airport, so there are some restrictions in flying a drone, as well as we have a limit on how high we can fly drones. So in this case, it was more advantageous to use Google Maps. The reason I put this image in this presentation is to try to orient people to where the camera was at Colin Lynch's house at 7022 Bridgman Road versus the Halderson residence. So on the lower right, I've indicated camera location at 7022 Bridgman Road. The camera was located on the underside of a decking structure. So like the patio, the Lynch home had a patio area where you could walk through some doors and out into the pool area. And just above the door was the deck for the upper level deck. The camera was mounted just below that deck. And that was pointed towards the direction of the Halderson residence. And in the upper left-hand corner of this image, I've labeled Halderson residence. You can see the roof there in that image. And then with yellow annotations, I have indicated the approximate field of view of that camera.
What are we looking at here?
So slide number 8, I put some sample images for a better understanding of what the field of view was from the CCTV or closed circuit television system there. The image on the left is from the daytime on July 2nd. It has no particular significance other than that is just the field of view. You can see the pool area of Mr. Lynch's residence. Further into the scene behind the pool is his backyard. It's grass. Beyond that is the pond. And then way off in the distance, where I have a red line kind of pointing toward the top of that image, is where the Halderson residence is located. That same view at nighttime, indicated on the right side of the screen, is from the early morning hours of July 2nd, 2021. And it's the same scene, just at night.
You've mentioned a couple of times, we're talking about a several-hour period. Very early, when we say early morning hours, just the first leading into the second, but those early morning hours of July 2nd, for a several-hour period, there was a flickering light that you were concerned with, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this right here?
Excuse me. In slide number 9, a flickering light was recorded on CCTV for several hours at the Halderson residence. This image is enlarged to try to show where on that image you could see, if you watched, where that light was coming from. So I've got a red line here pointing to where that flickering light was located on the Halderson property.
That little bitty light
Slide 10,
is
what are we looking at
supposed to
there?
tell
So slide
them
number
that
10,
he
this is a
is
small
burning
video
his
sample
parents'
of that
bodies.
flickering light, enlarged 2 times. And I think it's like a 10-second video. If you hover, you can play it, and it's just a short little clip. If you look carefully where that red line is pointing when the video plays, there is a flickering light in that location.
Okay.
And we'll look at a good deal of video here in a moment. The unknown is, right, and I think we already talked about this. The question you're trying to answer, the unknown, is which window was associated with that flickering light for that several-hour period in those early morning hours of the second?
That's correct.
You had to answer some questions to solve this question, I would imagine. First being, how was the video file constructed that you had?
Yes, much like when you go to the doctor, they make a visual assessment of you. They listen to you and your symptoms and your explanation of what your issues are. They may do some medical tests, take your pulse, check your respirations, different things, trying to figure out, what is the cause or what is going on. The same thing is true in forensic video analysis. It is not proper to just start diving in and looking at video, but rather interrogating or trying to examine the characteristics of the file or files that you received, because it's that training and experience of how those files are constructed which inform your decisions about what we can say about the video and what we can't say. It shows us our limitations, and it's important to know our limitations going in.
And that brings us to our next slide. What are we looking at there?
Right, so if we start from the top to the bottom, just briefly, kind of big to small, I received a bunch of video files, quite a few of them. Those video files were made up of what are called GOPs, G-O-P-S. Those are groups of pictures. So they're families of images that are grouped together mathematically that construct a video. So when we look at a video, it just looks like a video. You hit play and it just runs. But in many of the videos, in fact, most of the videos we look at, there's actually groupings of frames that go together. So those groups of pictures are made up of frames. So if you were to pause a video and just look at a picture, that is a frame of video. There's a frame rate associated with videos. How many refresh pictures do we get every second? Those frames are broken down into smaller segments called pixels. Those pixels are generally little squares of information, and those pixels are finally made up of color channels, reds, greens, and blues. So video is what's called an additive process, where we take primary colors of red, green, and blue. They're mixed together to make all the colors that we see in video, secondary colors. The color channels are what we're at issue here, because those color channels allow us to perceive brightness and color in an image. So that's what is of most importance to me in my analysis in this case, was in the pixels, what were the RGB or red, green, blue values of the pixels defining where that flickering light was located.
And slide 14, is this an example of pixels, essentially?
That's correct. So on slide 14, I put annotations that show an exaggerated view of what we see, where the image on the left is a sample image from the closed-circuit video system at 7022 Bridgman Road. I put an annotation on the left side of 240 and on the bottom 352. That's the pixel count. Vertically, this image is made up of 240 pixels tall, and horizontally 352 pixels wide. On the right side of the screen, I have shown a small portion enlarged to try to show those actual pixels, where they are actual visual little squares of information, just to orient people about the idea that we don't normally see pixels, but in the laboratory, we see them all the time.
Got it. And just because it's come up here and it's going to continue to come up, there's a giant white line across the screen there in that major picture, or that larger picture. What is that?
Yes, in this image, there is a support beam that holds up the decking structure of the second floor patio at the Lynch residence. And obviously that was right in front of the camera. We see that illuminated here because the camera itself has what's called near infrared capability. It's got illuminators or LEDs around the lens so that at night you can see in what's an otherwise dark environment. You wouldn't see much with your eyes, but the camera can see differently than your eyes can see. And so we see that reflected here, not only off the ground in the foreground, but also off of that beam.
So when we talk about pixels, the pixels, you pull out an example there. That example has no significance other than you just pulled that one out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you identify, or is there a process for identifying where those pixels are on a video that you're looking at?
Yes, there are. So,
and I'll move to the next slide, 15.
Yeah, so slide 15, I put a couple examples in here just to try to illustrate. I like to think of it this way. When we used to hold paper maps and you're trying to find a street or you're trying to find a city, you'd look in the alphabetical listing, you know, where is East Washington Avenue? You find it and it would say L6. You follow down a grid of letters, follow over a grid of numbers, kind of an XY coordinate thing, and then you'd find where you're looking. The same way here. So the way video is structured, the pixels always start with the location of 0. So in the upper
Nobody
left-hand
knows how to
corner
read
in
a
this
map
example,
anymore.
that pixel in the upper left-hand corner would be X
Nobody.
position 0, Y position 0, 0, 0. That is its location in two-dimensional space.
Got it. And so if we look at the next slide, perhaps the different corner.
Yeah, so the second example here I made in slide 16 is the opposite. The lower right-hand corner, it's at its maximum X value. It's all the way to the right. It's at its maximum Y value all the way at the bottom. So we would have an X, Y coordinate of 351, 239. And again, those numbers are one less than the total width and height of that image because we start counting at 0 instead of 1.
So these pixels essentially can be placed on a graph.
Absolutely.
Okay. So the question becomes then, the flickering window, what are the XY coordinates of that, correct?
That's what was of concern, yes. Where were they located?
And so when we talk about your overall question, which is which windows for flickering, this is maybe the first big question that has to be answered.
Yes.
Okay. But there were some challenges in answering that question.
Yes, there were.
All right. Let's talk about those challenges. And you can start from the top and we'll go down.
Yes, so digital multimedia evidence, video, audio, still images, a term called metadata, the data that's embedded into these files are what's of importance. And when we study digital multimedia evidence, it's often very
That's why
different
nobody
than
can
the type
find
of
my
video
house because everybody
you might
goes by
see from a
GPS and
television
nobody knows
station.
how to read a
I
map
had the
anymore.
fortune of working for 2 television stations prior to working
Geez,
here,
people.
and the goal was to make
It's
the
not
pictures
hard
as
to
pretty as
find my
possible.
house.
In forensic video analysis, we're often dealing with data that isn't very good. It has a lot of challenges, and in this case, the biggest challenge as I saw it was the distance from the lens. So the target, the thing we're trying to observe, wasn't up close. It wasn't like I put a camera in front of somebody or took a selfie and you fill the frame with the information. In this investigation, the distance from the lens at Colin Lynch's house across the pond to the Halderson residence was 367 feet. That is quite a distance. When you couple that with a wide-angle lens, most closed-circuit television cameras have a wide-angle lens, so they can cover a wide area. You may want to cover your whole front yard or a whole area in an entryway to your business or something. The wide-angle lens makes objects appear smaller than they really are. So when you have a wide-angle lens coupled with a long distance, objects appear quite small. And if they're small, there's less detail. Video resolution. The idea with video resolution is television pictures are rectangular. So if you think back to school,
I
how do you
know.
get the area of a rectangle? It's width times height. That's
I
how we
think
calculate what's called spatial
it's too much
resolution of video,
information.
where we would multiply the width in pixels by the
Just,
height, and
how
that
about
gives
we
us our
figured
count.
out which
So if
window
you
it
have a
was?
camera that's rated as a 12 megapixel camera, it's really just the product of the width times the height. That's how you kind of get there. In this case, this video resolution is 352 by 240. To give you perspective, HD or high definition, 1920 by 1080. So the total resolution for every frame of video here is about 4% of the area of HD. So we're not dealing with a very large data set. We have very limited data available to us. And again, the targets were small, the house windows. That's what was of interest in this investigation. The lighting conditions were a challenge here. The video in question was at night, so it's dark out. The near infrared lighting from the camera presents two different contrast ranges. So in the foreground, we have a lot of contrast. We have brights, we have darks, we have midtones. In the distance, we don't have all that contrast. It's very dark across the backyard and out onto the pond and out onto the Halderson's property. And finally, one of the biggest ones is what's called lossy, LOSSY, video data compression. Every digital video recorder that records cameras has to apply what's called lossy data compression. The idea is that when the video files are manufactured in that recorder, if they are not reduced in logical file size or how much space they take on the hard drive, the average consumer of that video would only be able to keep video for a very short time. Could be hours, might be a day. So lossy video compression allows the DVR to be able to store days, weeks, or months of video. And it's a destructive process. So what happens with lossy data compression is we start to lose what's called high frequency details. Things that show scars, marks, tattoos, small details. Our eyes aren't as sensitive to that. So the idea with the engineering is that let's just discard that information. We can still communicate the idea and people kind of won't notice or care. The other thing that can be affected and is affected with lossy data compression is color purity. How pure are the colors? So if I've got a black shirt on, would it appear black in the video or would it be some impure color that kind of approximates black? In this case, color was not an issue because the camera was in that nighttime mode. And so the frequencies of near infrared are beyond and infrared are beyond our ability to really see with our eyes. So the camera appears to be black and white when in fact it's a color camera. So these all kind of were in my mind as challenges that would make it more difficult to try to come to an answer of where that window was located versus just looking at the video and knowing readily right away.
Despite these challenges, was it your impression that you could still march on and try to answer that overall question of which window was flickering?
It was.
And you used a process called reverse projection, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we gotta stop. I gotta write the timestamp down. Thank you, Marty, for reminding me to write the timestamp down yesterday. What day are we on? Okay. Yes, you did something right. I saw right after I hit in stream. I was like, oh, thank you, but you can't hear me, but thank you. Okay, I totally forgot, but I just saw it on my whiteboard like a couple hours ago. The hidden body murder trial, Matthew Paul. Matthew Paul. His sentencing is in a few minutes, so we're going to go over there. I didn't set it up yet, so it's not going to redirect because it's not there. So if you want to watch it, I'm going to do it in a few minutes. And if not, I will see you for sure Thursday morning at 8. It won't be 8 in the morning. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. It depends on how I feel. So you're just going to have to wait till you get a notification. Or not. Just wait till I pop up or something. I don't know. It depends on how it goes. I'll probably put a post afterwards to let you guys know how it went in the community section. So, okay. Bye, guys. If you're going to join me for sentencing, I will see you in a few minutes. Bye.